When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
An opportunity to acquire truly beautiful things. Stick around and find out what those might be. The MP of the day, it is immoral to care about your people. We are not races. We are just individuals. I'm not an MD, but we have an MC for that. The going free lesson of the day is the anti-white narrative and how the director of CNN, Charlie Chester, might or might not say as much. Break out your decoding rings. LinkTree went to war against yours truly. We'll talk about that. Very anti-white of them. Some exciting and pathetic news on the Anglo-Saxon Caucus and related political statements. We will break it down in the only way that matters. The future is ours, but only if we work like the devil is at our backs. And, in case you forgot, he is. Blissful music, your comments and calls, and hey, adult children out there with your parents or guardians, what's the difference between an oral thermometer and a rectal thermometer? The taste.
No white
And we are going free. I hope you all can hear me okay. Please let me know. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning to every single one of you. It is fantastic to have you here going free with us. And we welcome all of the new folks who are now interested in going free of the anti-white narrative as well, who have come over from the Jeffrey Doherty show that I was on last week. And we will, this past week, we'll talk about it. And everything else that you might have questions about, you can financially gift here on Entropy, which should be up in just a moment as I make a final click or two, trying to regulate the temperature in this place. Just getting started here. Skyrocketing with the machines going and some warm temperatures, clear blue skies, puffy white clouds, out driving a muscle car earlier in the day. It's amazing how when you change someone's heater core and you have to take their whole dash out of their car, and you do that in the middle of summer, how even nearly a decade later, you're still allowed to use the car when you want to have some fun. Just a little bit of fun. If we could only roll the tachometer backward. I think somebody on the Ferris Bueller movie tried that out. Maybe we'll look into doing that somehow in the future. But ask your questions or comments. Tag me in the YouTube chat, or you can also tag me in the D Live chat, which is now, as you will see in the link in the description, is Jason NWG over there on D Live. And you can tag me there as Jason NWG, no spaces, on D Live. Follow that link on over, and you'll be able to watch us on D Live. If you would like to financially gift, as I said, you could do so on Entropy at a cost of 15% to you. There's also a question widget where you can place your comments or questions. They won't disappear unless you or I delete them, or you can drop them down into the description and click on Cash App to financially gift free to the both of us. Now, to save time, I'm going to reserve answering questions that require more than a sentence to those who are financially gifting. So make sure if you're going to ask a question or pose a comment without a financial gift, then please do so in a way that will get no more than a sentence out of me so that we can keep these going free gatherings on time. That is the objective. Now, I think as far as anonymous gifters go, I don't think we've had any, but I will nonetheless take a quick look as we move on to mentioning again D Live. Look down into the description and you will see the D Live link, the Jason NWG, Jason NWG. Make sure you look there for the D Live stream. How many of you were with us during the pre-show? It was in a full 30 minutes where we were playing a lot of different music and chatting. You can, of course, listen to the music on D Live or Facebook, anywhere, of course, but YouTube, and chat at the same time with everybody else on YouTube. So you should be able to have both up, open, and running at the same time, and be able to listen to the music, and we at the same time, well, I'll just leave it at, we'll be able to have a little bit of fun. Doesn't look like we have no anonymous gifts from financial gifts from last week. So we're going to jump right into Fraulein Dresden has decided to do some really marvelous work once again for White Wellbeing. And we absolutely love her and her talent that she brings to White Wellbeing, the love she brings. And she's just a fabulous person, a good heart, a really good heart. And she has made some packets of cards by hand. Now, they are in such high demand that 2 packets are already gone before we had the opportunity to begin the stream today. I will show videos of very short videos that Fraulein Dresden made, and you will be able to see what those exactly what they were. Then there are 2 packets left. I think each packet has, what was it, 3, 5 cards? These cards by themselves, they can be framed. They are absolutely stunning. The cards by themselves, if you had to buy any one of these cards handmade, you know the price would easily be when you're looking back at the ones that she did during Christmas time. Easily $80, $120 dollars. If you were to buy those in some sort of boutique, you know it's the case. At a bare minimum, that's what it would be. And depending on where the boutique is, I mean, if it's Alexandria, Virginia, it'll be about $220 per card. And for anyone who is quick on the trigger today, I should say will be the first two, or when these finally go, anywhere between, let's say, $50 and $100 or so dollars of a financial gift, wherever you choose, and you state with your financial gift that you would like one of the sets of cards. I will show the videos in just a moment, and you have to be willing to give me your address. Or if you know someone else who is listening right now and they would like the cards, but they can't afford them and they're willing to give their address to me, then perhaps you could finance the cards for them. But these are not the kind of cards, I think, that, I mean, you could send them to your most beloved. It would be a wonderful thing, far better than Hallmark or any of these mass-produced garbage. But people are framing them when they get these. They're instantly going into frames or scrapbooks. And so I will step on over very quickly before we get into, we're going to start off with the MP of the day in just a moment. But I am going to step right into these videos so that you can see what I am lauding here to the high heavens. So we're going to go over here, and it should be under, let's see if it made it there. No, I don't think it made it there. Maybe it's in here. Yes. Okay. This is, we will first show you set number 2, which has already gone to the wonderful, dearly, widely loved Mrs. Jess Horst. Let's see if we can play this video for you so you can see.
Set 2, Jessica's set. The most prettiest set of all.
Isn't that beautiful? They are remarkable. These are made by hand by our very own Fraulein Dresden. What magnificent talent. True beauty has to be within to create true beauty without. I absolutely love it. Let's move on to the set that has already gone to Heidi, our very own Heidi Van Buskirk. And we just had Ray on, and they told a amazing story about being rapidly on their way to losing their home, divorcing, and then they started going free, and now everything is coming together for them. They couldn't be happier. What a magnificent story that is. What a heartwarming story. And this is what she gets.
This is set 3. Also very pretty.
All right, folks, so you're getting to see the quality of these. So it looks like there's 3 to a pack. You're getting to see the quality. Now you're going to get to see set number 1, which is still unspoken for. Maybe you are already quick on the trigger and you have already jumped into one of these sets.
Set 1.
This is still available. Are you one of the folks who wants set 1? If so, $50 to $100 or so financial gift, whatever you can do, and then you will have, we'll just show this again. This is set 1. You have to be willing to share your address. You see one of the cards in every set says NWG on it. That is set 1. You might want to include the set that you would like. If you don't want set 1, and you but if not, then it's just going to be whoever gets here first. And finally we have set 4.
Set 4.
Absolutely beautiful. Let's play that one more time, and you can see this is set 4. And Fraulein Dresden has doing this out of the goodness of her heart. She would like people to financially gift so that I can use the financial gifts toward the sort of things that you know that I will use it toward. And so she has taken her time, her energy, her intellect, her training, and with love, she has produced these cards. And do take a close look. The final 2 sets are the ones that are still available. And as I remove these others, I will jump into and then take a look at. If you're late on a set, maybe I should take a look right away. Okay, looks like as I refresh here, as we try to refresh, I will show the videos again, and I will show the work. And remember, if you're financially gifting for one of these sets, you have to say so in your message. And then you have to be willing to share your address with me. And you could do so through knowmyguilt.org. But I will share these again as we move along through the gathering today, which is going to be absolutely amazing. The MP of the day, the meme pathogen of the day is, and I think Heidi has already financially gifted for her set. And let's get a big round of applause for Heidi and Ray financially gifting $75. $75. And these beautiful cards, this set 3 is on its way to you, dear lady. Free and for you to do whatever you would like. Frame them, send them to your most beloved, whatever it might be. God bless you. She writes, Heidi writes, hail, Fraulein Dresden. Well, indeed, a big Promethean hails to that sweet lady and to the sweet lady financially gifting. Thank you so much, Heidi. That's beautiful. All right, we're going to keep rolling here. And we have our MP of the day, which is, it is immoral to care about your people. It's immoral to care about your people. We're just individuals. We're just individuals. We're not races. We're not peoples. We're just individuals. How many of you who are hearing my voice right now have heard that MP? And for those who are giving points, Leno points, of a diamond or higher, I think is what Ray told me several months ago, because it does appear that you are able to give Leno points over on DLive, Jason NWG. For those who are giving Leno points of a diamond or higher, I will read what you write over there. And thank you so very much, everybody who jumped in and gifted Leno points as a test to see whether or not you would be able to gift Leno points, at least for the time being. We'll talk more about everything that's going on. But chime in right now. Have you heard this used on you before? Have you heard it on television? Have you heard it from classmates? Have you heard it from your parents? There are no races. They're just individuals. It's immoral. It's immoral. It's unethical to consider people as groups. Who here has heard of that? And how has it been inflicted on you? I see so many the great Jared George is with us. Art is Life is here. Southern Bloom, Yonash, Grayman the Gray, Lycomedies, the great Yiz, the Eunuch, Chrissy, Dr. Dinger, Hungarian Spectator, Bear Trap, Western Renaissance, 56, 37, Naterific, a masterful champion. Andre is here, and Anglo-Saxon is here. Great to see you. Based Red Pill. I think I saw Roy. There he is. The chat's jumping around. And Jesse, no offense. Hello, sweet lady. And another sweet lady, Elaine Sabatino. And we have something from the mailbag from Elaine. We'll be checking that out shortly. There is another Jason. Hello to you. The Watcher is with us. Andre, as I said. Sterling is here. The great Brand Danger also. Brad C. Hello, brother. Wonderful to see you. Heidi, of course, is with us. The great Sloths is here. Never missing an opportunity to get to the front of the line when we are serving White Wellbeing. Police Chief. Boring. Oh, that's so funny. Says, hi, Jason. Wouldn't that be funny if he were watching now? Feminine, not feminist. 5 hours ago today, unbelievable. The UCT libraries with priceless rare books is being gutted by the Cape Town fire. Oh my gosh, that is dreadful. Well, I had not heard anything about that. Maybe we'll take a look over the course of the gathering today. Kent is here, says hi. Well, hello to you. Angus, welcome. Be Volkish. Great name. Carlisle Cockatoo is with us, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, sweet lady. Glad to have you here. I'm sure all of you have heard this MP before in some form, in some way. It is immoral to think about individuals as peoples. Well, there's a simple response to this that you can use to just about any iteration. And this is the thing you have to remember also. Going free is a practice. That means you have to be involved. You know, I can't take you to the range with me and say, here is how you use a firearm, and you never use it. You will never learn how to use the firearm just by watching. You have to actually use your mind. You have to use your arms and hands and fingers to become accustomed to the 12-pound trigger, to become accustomed to the sight, to become accustomed to the weight. You have to use your mind when it comes to these things. The MPs, as we share them here, have been inflicted on you, and therefore you have been infected, and it has been delivered, that infection, in various iterations, in various ways, numerous scenarios. So you've been told, maybe it's been more of a backing in the door kind of a way, that it is immoral to think about groups of human beings, and there are only individuals rather than groups. And then even if there are, maybe this is a way you've heard of it, even if it's true that there are races of people or groups of people or ethnicities, even if that's true, it's still immoral. Well, how do you deal with that? Well, if you go the old route, and we don't need to rag on how antiquated the old methods are. I mean, everybody knows that's why they're still losing and not having the successes. Instead, we're going to talk about in a completely different way. And now the same with MCs, what holds true with MPs holds true with MCs. So your application, the intensity, the specific verbiage can be altered for the scenario. So the MC, the general MC, and this is for treating yourself when it comes to this MP inside of you. Have you heard this voice? I bet you right now, somebody watching live, more than one, speak up if it's you, even if you're a wallflower, maybe. Break through the ice and say, yeah, that was me. You've heard this in your mind. Your subconscious mind has told you, no, you can't think about groups of human beings as groups, as races, as ethnicities. You have to think of them as individuals. It is immoral to think of them as any other way. Has that been you? It's going through everybody's minds. It's just a matter of who's going to be brave enough and honest enough to step up and say, yep, I've heard that one go through my head. So you can use this MC on yourself. You can use it on others. You only say that when the people is white people, which reveals that you are anti-white. You would never say that it is immoral for a non-white person to care about his people. So when you're saying this to yourself, when you hear that MP go through your mind, that it is immoral, it is unethical, it is wrong, it is being ugly, being obese, being covered in acne, being diseased, being whatever, to think of groups of people as groups, races as races, ethnicities as ethnicities. When you hear this go through your mind, you say to yourself, no, I've been infected with this idea that it is immoral. And in fact, with a tiny bit of introspection, I can see that the same people that infected me with this idea only have taught me, rather, that it is only immoral when it pertains to white people, to Western kind. Because those same people that have told me it's immoral to think about groups of people, or unethical, evil, etc., ugly, those same people champion all of the non-white groups of people as distinct groups with very stark lines dividing them from the rest of humanity. Their beauty, their grace, their glory, their talents, whatever it is, very stark lines. Those same people. So I'm not going to allow this to haunt me. You have to address this. You have to confront, challenge, and dispel when you come across this MP in your mind. Now, when you're talking to anti-whites, it's very easy. I've used this one myself numerous times. When you're talking to vagues out there, you can gear it down for a vague, gear it up for a non-white or anti-white, non-white, or white person. So you say to the person, if it's just a vague, well, isn't it wrong? They've learned the same thing, right? So they're fearful. So you say, no, it's not. No, it's not wrong. They only, anti-whites only, and remember to call them anti-whites because your interlocutor won't want to be in that category. So I'm having a wonderful conversation, just a couple back and forths with a woman on Twitter who says, no, you need to call them, the anti-white slur, racists. Call them anti-whites. Call them anti-whites. So say to your interlocutor, well, no, the anti-whites only say that it's immoral when we're talking about Western kind. When we're talking about Westmen, then they say it's immoral to talk about groups. Why would an anti-white, you continue, why would an anti-white want you to think it's immoral when you're talking about Western kind, but it's moral when you're talking about the wonderful Arab race, or the wonderful Jewish race, or the wonderful Black race, or the wonderful Asian race? Why would they want you to think it's immoral when it comes to white people? Well, the reason is in what I just stated, that they're anti-white. So no, there's nothing wrong with it. No, there's nothing immoral about it. If they decide to take the case up against you, the anti-white case, well, you can step it up a bit. You can just say, well, you are an anti-white. You sound like an anti-white. You would not say, we're in a private conversation right now, so it's convenient for you to say to me that it is immoral for any person to identify any other group of people as a group rather than individuals. But I know for a fact that if you were before any of these non-white races, you wouldn't dare say that they shouldn't be, that it is immoral for them to identify themselves as a group. You wouldn't dare say it because you know they would call you, the anti-white slur, racist for saying so. So you are a coward and a fool. This is how you deal with an anti-white. That, my friends, and if you have any specific iterations that you would like to share, do share during the gathering today. When I come back from after the first hour and we're getting to the bottom of the first hour, right at the less than 30 seconds away, it looks like. When I come back at the second hour, top of the second hour, we will speak directly to your specific situations, if you had some, or different ways that it was angled at you, and we'll help you through that. And by doing so, help others who are listening as well. Let's get on to the lesson of the day. And this is very important because I was just talking about this on Jeffrey Doherty, and we had a marvelous time over there. We'll talk a bit more about that a little bit later. But great guy, smart guy, going free, by the way, and having tremendous success. His own testimonial during the interview that he gave me. So he was interviewing me, gave a testimonial about going free and everything that it's doing for him. How often does that happen? Got a lot of character right there. Good guy. Anti-white narrative. Why is it important? Because you live in it. Your mother lives in it. Your son lives in it. I live in it. Everybody is forced to live in it. because the anti-whites dominate news, entertainment media. They dominate universities. They utterly dominate government. They are everywhere across the totality of the West. You have been living your whole life thinking you're in the real world, that you're just dealing with people who have different ideas or dealing with people who see things differently. You haven't been dealing with people who just see things differently a single minute of your life. You have been living with the equivalent of religious fanatics, anti-whites, who live their lives by way of a faith intentionally, and you do it unintentionally. You enter their story, this anti-white narrative, where you can never win, where you can never be the good guy, where there is nothing for you but blood-soaked pages for your family, for your history, nothing but white erasure your whole life. No matter how old you are, if you're a white person in any Western country, you've been suffering the same thing, and that's white erasure for the totality of your life, birth to grave. And what do you do? What have you done? It's not your fault. You have had these misleaders. You've had absolute ignoramuses leading you into very stupid endeavors, sometimes because they were honest and they thought that that was the best way to go, but too dumb to get there. How many people wanted to take to the skies before the Wright brothers and just never got there? That's not your fault. It's also not your fault if some misleader, misruler, content creator, organizational leader was intentionally enriching him or herself by feeding you a set of ideas that he or she knew you would purchase and wouldn't do you any good. And that ultimately you see when it comes to this reality, I mean, we can say now, and I'm keeping an eye on the clock here, but we can say right now that ask this question: for every content creator out there, for every organization leader out there, would changing what they've done for their, and this is why, remember what I've asked all of you, do not try to speak to organizational or content creators who are sympathetics, white sympathetics, and explicit. They openly are white sympathetic. Do not introduce going free to them. Do not say, hey, this would be great. You please introduce it to white sympathetics who are implicit, whether they know that they're white sympathetic or not. Please introduce it to them. Some of them will know that they are white sympathetic and they're too afraid to let anybody know because of the consequences, because the white man is not in charge of anything, not doing anything for the benefit of our people. So no reason to tell them. No reason to speak up because you'll just be attacked. There are others who want everything that is Western and therefore of Western kind, but they're too simple. They're too benighted, too blinded to know that it only comes from Western kind. Do introduce going free to them and do it in a polite way. But when it comes to these explicit white sympathetics, don't bother, please, speaking to them anymore about going free. They all know. The question that can be asked now, just rhetorical for us, is that would suddenly dropping what they've been doing and advancing the lexicon, dialectics, indeed the practice, actually saying like Jeffrey Doherty did, hey, I started going free and amazing things are happening for me. You can't even imagine a explicit white sympathetic saying that, can you? Well, the question you have to ask is, what would that do for their bottom line? And then you have to ask yourself, what is really motivating them to be involved? That's something that I'm going to leave you to ruminate. But if suddenly advancing go free, if in their minds might cost them financially, and so therefore they're not going to mention it, therefore they're going to ignore all of the work that we all are doing here in service to white well-being, ignore all of our successes. If that might cost them a little bit, then what is motivating them? Is it the well-being? Is it white well-being? Is it the well-being of our people? Or is it ego? Is it personal enrichment? This I'm going to leave for you to ponder. because of the consequences of that answer. I'm not going to do it for you. The anti-white narrative is where we are trapped. But we, in our minds, need not be inside of it. We, with our wills, need not be on those pages. The anti-whites will continue to attempt to force it on us. But what matters is having the will to be in our own story. It is always the will that matters. All of these governments, all that they're doing, anti-white governments across the West now, is absolutely powerless against a united Western kind who, even deprived of every single imaginable weapon, if wielding nothing but the will easily take back our destiny. The anti-white narrative, as anti-whites and anti-white doctrines predominate the news, entertainment, media, governments, universities, and church leadership, the anti-white narrative is the official narrative of Western civilization. So no use in going to a friend, a family, or a stranger and saying, look, everything that you believe is going on in the world actually isn't. Here's the data. White sympathetic people, explicitly and implicit ones, have been doing that for more than your life, maybe double your life, triple your life, quadruple your lifespan, and they've been failing. How much failure do you need before you say, yep, got to take a new path? The anti-white narrative is fiction and is debunked by lived experience and unfiltered statistics. In addition to MPs and other tools of persuasion, anti-whites enforce the anti-white narrative by stigmatizing, pathologizing, and criminalizing everyone and everything that deviates from the anti-white narrative. It is your deviation from the anti-white narrative at university or work that causes you to be hauled before an anti-white tribunal. Heresy to anti-whiteism. Heresy to anti-whiteism. Anti-whites derive this narrative from anti-whiteism and the application of anti-white lenses to historical, contemporary, and forecasted events. Anti-white lenses are derived from mispretexts and MPs. Mispretext is an acronym: moralized, intellectualized, sentimentalized. Pretext, we're just getting inundated with the new sentimentalized pretext that the borders need to be wide open so that astronauts and physicists and the person who will save your most beloved family member from dying, being hit by a Mack truck or whatever it might be. You know how these stories work out in every Hallmark movie. We're talking about Cards earlier. You know how it always works out, what the storyline is like. This is now the sentimentalized one is the mother and her son abducted by drug lords, and you could have prevented it. And then all the white women rend their garments and say, we have to stop. Not everyone. So many that we can generalize with that statement, but not everyone. The best ones that are here would never do that. They would know they would see the writing on the wall. They would see the leathern-winged, hoof-footed anti-white for what it was in making that argument and the objective that they were trying to achieve. Anti-whites use mispretexts, MPs, anti-whiteism, interpretive mandates, and anti-white lenses in circular reasoning to prove their arguments. I want to read that again. Anti-whites use mispretexts, MPs, anti-whiteism, interpretive mandates, and anti-white lenses in circular reasoning to prove their arguments. That's what you're up against when you talk to these people and you stay in their story. You don't stay in their story. You get out of their story. So you're asking me, why the anti-white narrative? You talk about the anti-white narrative quite a little bit. So why is that the lesson of the day, the going free lesson of the day? Well, according to, now what I'm about to say is not a position, I'm not saying that this is true. I am just telling you what others have said. So I'm about to tell you that somebody by the name of Jack Posobiec tweeted the other day that somebody by the name of James O'Keefe, in what was called by James O'Keefe a CNN expose, revealed that, quote, CNN director admits they only focus on the race of criminals when they are white, Now, this is what Jack Posobiec tweeted. I'm not saying this is what CNN does. I will urge you to go to CNN to see what they say about this, because we know that they will tell you the absolute truth. The ear is against the door. The ear is against the door. So James O'Keefe, this strange person, I'm sure he's monstrous, has something called Project Veritas, and they go undercover, and depending upon what these anti-whites and different anti-white organizations, whatever they call themselves, it doesn't matter, what media empires, Democrat Party, whatever it is. I'm looking forward to maybe something out of the Republican Party because of how worthless the Republicans are. Maybe he could capture some of what they're doing as well. But what they do is, it seems to me, I haven't read that what I'm about to say. It seems to me that if it is a guy who's attracted to ladies, well, they get some attractive ladies to go up and maybe be a little sycophantic, a little flirty, and get him talking. If it's a guy that's attracted to guys, then they send some young men to do the same thing, and women, depending on what their attraction is, they do the exact same approach. This is what it seems to me to be. And these people, they just cannot seem to restrain their sexuality within anything that we would consider moral bounds. It's just, they just want to breed anything that walks into the bar, and they're just going to talk up and reveal everything. And so that's fine, though. That's fine. I don't know if any of this is true, what this Jack Posobiec is saying about James O'Keefe, who is saying about CNN. I'm not telling you what happened. I'm telling you what Jack Posobiec said about James O'Keefe, who is saying about CNN. And it's relevant. The woman speaking here is quoted saying, quote, "Is it normal for the media to like, so say there's a white shooter or black shooter. Which one are we going to, you know, like?" And then an individual who is purported to be, again, I don't know whether this is the truth or not, but this Charlie Chester says, quote, "Yeah, for the longest while, the story was like people were lapping up that it was like, you know, white guys for like so long." I'm going to stop right there because I want to point out that this Sierra Oscar Bravo, if this is true, if this isn't all a grand skit put on by James O'Keefe, he knows what he's doing is immoral. He knows what he's doing is wrong. He knows, and you can see it in this stuttering start and stop approach to what he knows. He's about to reveal their secrets. He knows this is the bandits are speaking. They're telling you how exactly they rob the people when they come through town. And he doesn't know, well, should I really admit this? And he's taken another look. Well, you know, maybe he wants to get under the sheets or whatever it is. And he's saying, maybe I'm going to go ahead and just reveal something. But he knows it's wrong what he's saying. All the starting and stopping is that he knows he's manipulating the public. If it's true, if it's not a grand skit put on by James O'Keefe. But Charlie goes on. I haven't seen anything about focusing on the color of people's skin that aren't white. They just aren't saying anything. And I'll pause again here and just say, this is Charlie Chester, CNN director. If it's a real person and if this is not a skit, this is who James O'Keefe is claiming is speaking in this video. So you're going to have to check it out for yourself. Charlie goes on in this utterly guilty way. I mean, it's like these anti-white dirtbags. It is absolutely catching the amoral child. He hasn't learned morality yet. Mouth covered in cookies or whatever it might be. And did you eat the cookies? No. Well, why is it all over your face? Well, it just appeared there, or somebody else put it there. This is what you get out of these people. I am endlessly astonished by the fact that people go their entire lives, intelligent people, highly educated people, and they come to me, we have a conversation, and they say, can you believe what they're saying? Well, if you were going free, you would see their horns. Why? It would be shocking if they didn't lie. It would be shocking if they were honest. It would be shocking if they were moral. I am not shocked at all. My entire life, I am not shocked. If you are living with a pyromaniac and the house keeps catching on fire, and you keep expressing disbelief, the person with the problem is not the pyromaniac. It is you. You are an idiot. Stop expressing astonishment. If you are going free, you are never astonished when the anti-whites are lying and deceiving and manipulating and cajoling. If for nothing else, you should be able to see it on their faces, because liars lie, manipulators manipulate, thieves thieve. I mean, it is just in their bones. You know what I mean, Charlie says. They're just not, all of a sudden, that story loses a little steam from it. Close quote. So he's stuttering, stopping his way through with these two women, and he's saying, well, you can hear the voices. They sound like women. I might be wrong. And again, he knows what he's doing is wrong. He's unsure about revealing the tricks of his treachery, the tricks of the treachery of the business he works for, the field he works in, if any of this is true. It's probably all false. Ask CNN. One of the girls then says, why? Why does the story just disappear when it is a non-white shooter? Why is it, as we say here, why is it buried underfoot when it's non-white shooter? And why is it written in the sky when it is a white shooter? Or when, I guess more appropriately here, when they can make it seem like it was a white shooter, when they can play up the white shooter's motivations. Maybe he was a degenerate and a sicko, and maybe he claimed to hate sex workers, and that's why he went and murdered people, and he deserves whatever punishment he gets. But they're not going to tell you that. They're going to write something else in the sky. Why? Is if you're going free, you know, should be on the tip of your tongue, because that which does not comport to the anti-white narrative is not shown, the fiction is not shown to the public. That which can be used to bolster or to prove the anti-white narrative is put in your faces. Do you see? It is a fiction right from the mouth of somebody who is purported to be a director at CNN. He then responds, quote, I don't know. I don't know. It's odd. I have no idea. At the top, I have no idea why it just disappears. He says, I think it's got to be trends. How many of you heard this sort of thing before? Oh, it's just a trend here, a trend there. Well, it's a pretty long trend, isn't it? Been going on how many generations now, this anti-white trend? That's one hell of a trend. And maybe you shouldn't be part of a trend, you anti-white dog. Maybe you shouldn't be part of a trend that is harming an entire group of people, destroying a civilization. What do you say? What do you say you abandon that trend? But let's go on with what Charlie says here. Interestingly enough, of this guy, his last name, something objectionable in society. His first name, you go back to the 1960s, something objectionable in society. Could this be, I mean, how could that happen? Don't say in the chat, or maybe you can hint at, if you know where that name Charlie, maybe you could hint at it, but don't openly say. Let's see. I don't know. I think it's got to be trends. What people will watch, or what people will latch on to, you know? Just hoping to say, you get it right. You don't want me to have to reveal more of exactly how we fleece and all the horrible things that anti-whites do. You don't need the actual like gory details of how the sausage is made, right? You just need to, you get it, right? We've gotten up, I've told you so much, and we're almost there at the actual meat packing portion of the sausage making. You really don't need to hear the rest. You get it, right? Charlie then goes on to say that the media is the greatest weapon. He referred to it as the greatest weapon. Now, if this, again, I'm not saying that this actually happened, that it's not a skit, that it wasn't put on by James O'Keefe. I don't know if any of it is true. You're going to have to ask CNN. Maybe give him a call and see if this guy ever even worked for them. He finishes up with, quote, like, you can shape. And now I want you to remember what I've been talking about all along when it comes to anti-white narrative, especially if you're out there and you have been ignoring all of us. Have you been ignoring Yiz? Have you been ignoring Slots? Have you been ignoring Roy? Have you been ignoring Jared George? When we talk about the anti-white narrative, it's not some flippant little thing that we're saying to you. It is a paradigmatic shift in how you view the world, your worldview. If you accept the reality, not a flippant remark on what's happening, but the reality that everything out there is fiction. Yes, there are going to be shooters. Yes, there are going to be crimes. Yes, there are going to be police who abuse people and police who are wrongly accused of abusing people. Yes, those things are all going to happen. But what actually happened, and whether or not you ever hear about it, or if anything happened and then you hear about it, all of that, all of those choke points are controlled or dominated by anti-whites, and they pinch it as narrow as they can. And then they decide what you get to hear. And that, my friends, is fiction. When they craft the news, when they craft events, when they craft history, when they smear somebody like me or wonderful people like the ones I just named, that is as much fiction as Stephen King. And it is a horror just like the garbage he writes, for our people at least. And for all the good non-white people who want to live in Western civilization the way that we make it, the way that we create it, the way that there's law and order and love and dreams coming true and videos made of your babies so that when you grow up, everybody can look back and laugh and remember those halcyon days. That's what we want. That's what all the good non-white people come to the West for. They want to get away from whatever it was like back home. And that is not what they give you. So stop acting. If it's you, if it's not you, then I laud you. But if it is you, stop acting like anti-white narrative capitalized is some flippant thing that we say. Oh, that's just their story. No, it is what you are. It is a prison that you are forced to live inside of. You cannot escape. It is a prison for your mind. And no one has provided a key for it until going free. We have the skeleton key. You need to stick it in the lock and step out of that cage if you are going to succeed. You are not going to be able to give flippant responses inside of your cage with the other prisoners and get anywhere. You have to be out of that cage of the anti-white narrative and speaking to those who are still inside and saying, brother, sister, here is my hand. I have a skeleton key to set you free. Let's go free. You have to be willing and able to do that. This is not something flippant. I want you to hear what this guy, this anti-white piece of garbage, says. Like, quote, like, you can shape an entire people's perception about anything on how you do it, right? Remember, he thinks he's talking to fellow anti-whites. Continuing, Chester says, quote, just by forcing a story to help like your platform, you know, do you question any longer? Are you going to question ever again that there is a fiction that you are forced to live inside of? That no amount of facts inside that fiction is ever going to matter. That will bolster your feelings that you've made the right choice once you've made the choice. It'll bolster the feelings of other folks who you help to go free once they've made the choice to go free of that cage. Saying sarcastic, snarky remarks to your jailers while they taser you and murder you inside of your cage and put you into other cages with groups of murderers that they know will murder or rape you and then murder you or whatever it might be. Do you think snarky response, being sarcastic, is going to matter to your jailer? Is it going to matter? Is it going to effectuate anything that we are trying to do in the reclamation of our destiny? You know it won't. You are not going to lie underneath of the disfiguring blows, the mentally disfiguring blows of anti-white MPs from any sources. You are not going to lie underneath of those blows. You are not going to lie underneath of the blows of anti-white fists of all of the races and just have a little snark and succeed in anything but looking like a fool all the way up to the final moment that they take your life and everything that Western kind has ever created. Now is the time to go free. Now is the time to recognize this is an artificial narrative, the anti-white narrative. Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. Looks like we are back. I hope everybody's doing okay. Let me jump right over to the entropy. Let me know if you have a problem hearing me or not. We have Yiz, the eunuch. Magnificent lady. Thank you so much for being here. Financially gifting $3 today. She writes, going to be busy most of the evenings, so I won't be around this week, but wanted to take a moment to folk tithe and wish everyone a blessed week. And to keep heart, she writes, in these trying times. Indeed, these are trying times. And thank you so very much for that, Yiz, for stopping by and folk tithing and sharing those beautiful words, especially since you're right. These are trying times, but we're having such magnificent success. We're coming off the heels just yesterday of a truly epic, heartwarming, buoying, magnificent tap episode where we had 4 great heroes come on the show with us: Jerome, Roy, Ray, and Brant. They're all centers of gravity. This is happening exactly as I had wanted and planned and been pushing for so long. People coming together with a single tongue, a lexicon and dialectic, even though speaking in different languages across the West, and becoming their own centers of gravity, not a top-down approach, but because that is something the anti-whites, a system the anti-whites know how to defeat very easily. It's also something that's cumbersome, especially when you can't, you don't have millions to put people on the payroll and et cetera. Coming together and making it happen. And it's truly a glorious thing. If you did not watch the tap episode from yesterday, please, once we're done here today, watch that. You will really be enthusiastic, and we're just going to carry that enthusiasm straight through to going free as we are today. I hope everybody's having a marvelous time. I know one person who is, and that's Promethean Promulgation, who just financially gifted $25 US. How do you respond when you come across many MPs in one statement? I still struggle deciding what to focus on. Well, it's a great question. And I can't think of a time that anybody asked it. Something that happens quite often, I think, especially in written conversations. In spoken conversation, the most, and you could do the same with written conversation. So it's sort of the same suggestion. The most egregious is the one to go after. So the most anti-white, the most immoral anti-white, or rather the most immoral MP, they're all anti-white, but the most immoral one is the one to saddle the speaker with, the same way the anti-whites would do to those who remain in that prison of the anti-white narrative. So you take the most egregious MP, and then you say, my God, look at what a monster you are. In spoken conversation, what very often ends up happening is most people will address the final point. If the final point that your interlocutor is making that is an MP, and it's close enough in severity to the worst that was spoken, then you can just go ahead and take what's easy. But if there was one in whatever they said that was far worse, go back to that one. Ignore, you control the conversation. That is the idea when it comes to being in our own story. That's how we wield our own pen. I was saying on the Jeffrey Doherty show that never in the history of the world have the characters in a story reached their hands up out of the pages and grabbed the author's pen and written a new outcome for themselves. That's never happened. The only thing that can happen is you can get into your own story, take up the pen yourself, and then you place the anti-whites in your story. So you control that conversation. Again, if you get into, and I have people come back to me occasionally, they get into these scenarios where they come up against a hardcore anti-white, and the anti-white is a religious fanatic. They're just going to keep going at, well, you are, and then here are all the anti-white slurs. You just respond by saying, you're anti-white. Have a nice day, anti-white, scumbag, and then you move on. A one caveat is that when you are on social media, do not add, I mean, you could do it in person, but probably you might be able to get away with scumbag, but there's no need to add anything else onto anti-white. It is a horrible thing to be an anti-white. Scumbag and everything else that you could add to it is not as bad. Anything else that you could add is not as bad as anti-white. Anti-whites are destroying all of Western civilization. The number of murders, it's like, for example, if you're going to say to me, well, Jason, isn't pedophilia worse than anti-whiteism? Well, are we talking about one child, or all of the children across the West who are subjected to some form of sexual abuse because of anti-whiteism? You can't compare the two, or the general phenomenon, or the state that creates the environment where it is becoming across the West not something that is punishable or illegal in the way that it was before, but something that is being redefined as just a different attraction. Well, is that worse than the act? I mean, you have something in law called mens rea, and it is not only the criminal act, but the thoughts behind the criminal act. So in this case, we're talking, when it comes to anti-whiteism, this is an outcome that clearly is desired versus an outcome that a crime like that might be committed, but it is certainly going to be handled and viewed quite differently. So there's nothing worse than calling somebody an anti-white. But I bring this up because if you say a word like cretin, or you say different words like this after anti-white, these different social media, they're dominated by anti-whites, they will use verbiage like that to delete your account. And so be very careful about that. Just say you're just a filthy anti-white, and then block them or whatever it is if you run into somebody like this. An insane person. You wouldn't continue to hold court with somebody in a straitjacket, and so you don't do the same thing, or you don't do that either. You behave the same way as you would with an insane person in a straitjacket as an anti-white. So the other thing to mention, though, when it comes to using other names, when it comes to engaging with an anti-white, is that you can, in the view, if other people are watching, you can sully your reputation otherwise. So maybe you had a great argument until you called them this name, whatever it might be. So don't do that either. Anti-white encapsulates all that is evil and awful in Western civilization, and so you need call them no more than that. Thank you, Promethean Promulgation. The great Lycomedes is here, one of our masterful musicians, financially gifting $25. Thank you so much, brother. Liquid fuel for White Wellbeing. Let's make sure the western sunrise climbs over the horizon. Beautifully written. Absolutely. It's going to be on our shoulders that it does climb into that horizon. It's going to be on the dulcet tones of the music that Lycomedes and others makes that will cause that sun to rise into the sky. So we're going to stick with it with all of the energy and tenacity and bravery that we can, and we're going to do it with love in our heart and a smile on our face, irrespective of what the anti-whites are achieving and the harm that they are inflicting all around us. Thank you so much, good brother. The great Tall Kevin is here, financially gifting $5. Thank you, good brother. Ant-Nats don't have the worldview to honestly read the book the original Ant-Nat wrote. There are parts in it he derides those stuck in the past and who in fight are actually doing the bidding of international puppies. Ant-Nats, read, examine the truth, he says to you. Read, examine the truth. Well, thank you so much for that, Tall Kevin. Those words and that $5 financial gift to White Wellbeing. Great Slots is here, financially gifting $3. Thank you so much, good brother. Naderific was asking how to handle, quote, can't be anti-white, I'm or they are white. I suggested, quote, you can't be blind to race if you can't be blind to hate. Well, that works as well. And you can see what is works best for you and your personality, your demeanor, your physiognomy when you're discussing these subjects with folks. But I shut it down instantly with anti-whites who are white, where they say, I can't be, and they always say it like they're making some kind of a great point, and it's so funny. I can't be anti-white, I'm white. And then I say, well, depending on the person. So, I mean, but there are some general sentences that I'll use. Like, you mean like a Catholic can't hate being Catholic, or an American can't hate being an American, or a fat person can't hate being fat, or a ditch digger can't hate having to dig ditches, or an ugly person like yourself can't hate being ugly. And it immediately shuts them down. They immediately realize that they've just made a fool out of themselves. What initially seemed like a point that was going to be very powerful in the moment. Remember, vagues, anti-whites, they have not been trained for their whole lives on how to respond to you calling them anti-white. So they just pull out of their back pocket whatever comes to mind, and it's going to be something dumb like that. So yeah, just great question, Slots, and your suggestion is good as well. But I love seeing the look on their faces when I use those sentences. Sometimes I just use one or two of them, sometimes more of them than I just shared. And to see their faces as they suddenly stumble, like, oh my God, that's true. Oh my God, yes. Okay, let me swivel around here and take a look at, we have Ace over here, financially gifting. Thank you so much, Ace. A lovely lady, financially gifting 50 US. Let's get a big round of applause for Ace, this wonderful woman who financially gifted $50. Thank you so much. And she writes here, I love your work, and red ice gives me inspiration. Well, God bless you. Thank you so very much for those great words. And we love Henrik and Lana here in Going Free as well. So thank you so very much for being with us and financially gifting. We will, let me get a drink of some coffee. How's everybody doing? Is everything glorious in the world? There's bass guitarists building a site on which that we can live stream, and also a great musician as well. Make sure that nothing happens with Cash App today. It was having some issues yesterday. There's the wonderful, sweet Misty is with us. Hello to you, sweet sister. Great to see you. Cash App was having some issues yesterday. Althea is with us. Great to see you. All right. So's Catherine. Hello, dear lady, and welcome. Brandon is with us. Great to see you. Let's take a little walk backward in time on this live chat, and I'll take a look over at DLive as well and see what you all are having to say. Jesse's saying to something I said, I hear you, Jason, shaking my head. I guess it was about these people staying or ignoring when we talk about the anti-white narrative, as though we're just dismissing the story of the anti-whites. We're just dismissing it with it, instead of this being your prison. Glenn is with us. Great to see you. And another sweet lady, Nancy. Wonderful to see you. Yes. Psychopathic, the anti-whites. Yes. Piers Taylor, great to see you. Rick says indeed to something. Mestizo is with us. Great to see you, brother. Welcome, welcome. Mystic Knight. Hello to you. Piers says, I went to DLive to search Jason NWG and found it as the featured video on the front page of DLive. Well, well. Everybody, look, if you can be on YouTube and have DLive, Jason NWG open at the same time and follow me over there, do it. Let's stay on that front page. Let's stay on that front page. We're getting out to people. We're making a real difference in the world. Oh my gosh. I knew I heard harps playing and trumpets because Groundhog Fury is in the building with us, ladies and gentlemen. Preach it. No more thunderstruck. Amen. Groundhog Fury. Great to see you, good brother. Danny is with us. Hello. Immensely talented individual. Just Groundhog Fury has so much talent that if somebody happens to walk over some of his footprints in the snow where he lives in some high mountain, they end up becoming twice as talented as they were the moment before. Let's see. Hyperborean Dream is here. Hello to you. Caesar is here. Great to see you. Great wording from Jason. Says, when it's a puppy, they claim or act like he was a Westman. Yeah, precisely. It's always that sleight of hand when it comes to anti-whites. It's always some sort of sleight of hand, some prestidigitation. And my whole life, I'm sure you've all have been experiencing. I know Jerome was talking about all the back in the 70s. He was started learning the truths about the world that had been hidden from him. And he's been suffering with doom documenting and this complaining, this incessant whining from those who claim to be leaders and those who will lead the way, who will produce the content. And really it's just this endless whining about, well, look at what they're doing to us again. Well, okay. How many times do we have to see? How many times do we have to see? I know there are probably some adult children with their parents right now. They probably weigh maybe 50 pounds, maybe 70 pounds, maybe 5 pounds. And they know that at some point, even these ages as adult children, they know, get out your decoder, folks. I mean, your Ring decoder. Come on. The ear's against the door. They know that if they can't get to X, Y, or Z through one route, if you've ever been around children, they'll make argument after argument. They endeavor to find a way to get to what it is instead of just endlessly. They squat and complain. Mr. Piazzi is here. Great to see you. Bertie Bassett. Hello. Bryant Danger is with us. He was there yesterday. A brilliant mind. Make sure you listen to what he had to say as well. Everything that those four gentlemen said on that tap yesterday, every one of them, it was such a powerful moment because, I mean, it was like the four horsemen of the vernal blooming, the four horsemen of the vernal equinox, and they just rode forth into the world and doing magnificent things. They've become centers of gravity themselves, exactly how we're supposed to be working. Michael is here. Great to see you. Remember, folks, that if you want me to see what you're saying or you're asking, you have to tag me. If you're not going to be financially gifting with the statement or question, make it one that requires a single sentence or a single word from me so that we can keep this moving. The Watcher is here. Great to see you. Based Red Pill. And there's Jerome. He's with us. Great to see you. But so's Yonash. Says, wow, they're really hosting him on the main page. Well, why shouldn't I be front page news? I'm representing all of you right now, and you all are the greatest people in all of Western civilization. Think about all the priests and the preachers and the saviors and the doctors and the brain surgeons and the politicians and all of these wonderful, the millionaires and the billionaires and the centimillionaires and the decamillionaires. And all of these people are below the quality of people that are going free. So why shouldn't I be here? The light of all of you shines through me. Should be on the front of every single website's page. Or would they rather have some doom documenting, doom dissecting, snark throwing twit? Another round of that, as though we haven't had enough of that. How about some remedy? Well, you all are here for it. There's the great Elaine Sabatino. There's another champion who absolutely, she's in the mailbag. Literally, we put Elaine inside the mailbag. She was really upset at first, especially when it tumbled around in the inside of the car. But she's better now, and with some meclizine, and she's stabilized, and she's ready to. I'll be showing her mail here shortly. Brandon says, please like the video. Yes, indeed. Thank you for your passion. You're most welcome. Hungarian Spectator says, that was a glorious speech. Well, thank you so very much for that, brother. I appreciate that. And just moving through to see if there are any. Nobody likes a zealot, regardless of what you're selling. Nice pronunciation of caveat. Well, you are welcome. It's the actual pronunciation, indeed. I do that. It's a difficult thing when it comes to pronunciation, and I certainly don't get every pronunciation correct. But it's a difficult thing when you have a pronunciation that is in the population and is wrong, and one that, and you're in a position where maybe you're going to be using in front of public. You want them to say the right thing. So in their world, so that they look good. And the caveat is a great way to look brilliant, because when you say caveat, your coworkers will go look it up, your family members will go look it up, and then they'll say, wow, thank you very much for those who are sending those who are sending me on D Live. Well, we love D Live. Don't we love D Live, everybody? We love it. We love it. We're family friendly. D Live is family friendly, I think. Chet is here. They'll run to their dictionaries, their phones, or whatever it might be. They're telling us, I know it's not pronounced like that. I know it's not. Then they'll look it up, and then they'll think, wow, that person who was just speaking was brilliant. Mr. Piazzi says, anti-whiteism is terrible. It's warfare. It is indeed warfare. Transformation Generation is here. Great to see you. And Sterling Price. And we got some laughs along the way. I don't know what we're laughing at. Masumi Rabbit. No white guilt or an alive person hating being alive. Yes, that's another great one. Especially nowadays with everybody suffering from bibs, as we have been improved upon by our hero Groundhog Fury that we were just celebrating. Bibs. Grown men shouldn't have bibs. Help your friends recover from Biden-induced bipolar syndrome. Jason, that guy, he's such an egoist. Gosh, it's just all about him. Except when something's better, I scrap what I was doing and I came up with for what somebody else came up with. Except for that, except for all of the evidence. Southern Stoic is here. Really like an ugly person like yourself. Yeah, you should see the looks on the faces of the people when I've used that one. And you have to do it deadpan comedy style. You really have to deliver it without any smirk or smile. You know, an ugly person like yourself who hates being ugly. So it's totally possible. And obviously you're anti-white and white. So, and you deliver it like that, and then you see them scramble. You see their eyes dart. You know you have them on the run. Visualize them running away when you see their eyes suddenly doing this stuff in their heads. And when you see their mouths moving, but not in words coming out, just the and then you say, oh my God, this going free practice works. And then go tell everybody about it so we can get everybody over here doing it. Now, the cool kids are doing it. So come on. Who else do we have here? TJ, great to see you. And welcome to you. Wolf Shield says, unashamedly, white and Christian. Well, funny that you should say that. Before we move on any further, and what I want to do next, very briefly, very brief little segment we're going to toss in here. We didn't have a guest, is and this brief segment that's coming up is going to actually be about some photographs I took outside. Some of you will like, some of you won't. You'll live through it if you don't like it. But I did want to share this. I was at my parents' house the other day, and Wolf Shield and I did not set this up. I don't know Wolf Shield. It's a great name, but we didn't set this up. And my father has made over the years a lot of things for me, and this is one of them I asked him to make, and it is truly. Let me move some things out of the way here so we don't. It is truly glorious. I wanted to share it with you all. And maybe what I'll do is I'll get what I did in the past was I would move every single year. For those of you who have been a bit impecunious like myself over the years, thanks to being a white male with a very Germanic looking face, you should see the looks on the faces of the Department of Human Resources for the different companies. You show up and they're like, oh, no, we don't need any more of that. Certainly not any that look like you. So we're going to discriminate against you because of your race, because of your people, because of your biospirit. But if you've been a little impecunious like me, you've had to move maybe every so often apartment to apartment because you know they offer the first year pretty good rates. Second year, they know how much everybody hates moving, right? So they're like, second year, it's going up. And I was always just waiting to get that notice. And as soon as it would arrive, I would say with a big smile, I'm leaving. I don't hate moving that much. And I was always more than healthy enough and strong enough. I've always been in my prime. I was born that way. So I would just move. And when I would move, for quite a few places that I moved, and then I got worried about this, I had this on the wall, even though I had left the church and I wasn't going to church anymore and not really praying to Jesus Christ per se. I do believe in a creator, but Slot says, born lifting mattresses. But I used to do this. I used to have this up, and I had a piece of leather. It was gorgeous. And so I will show everybody this. This is polished stainless steel. So it is going to reflect everything. So you can see, and it's tapered or beveled. I don't know exactly how they, you can see that the monitor is sitting on a stand there. But you can also see, so I would hang this in a part of the apartment where the sun struck the wall. And let me tell you what, when the sun hits this thing, it looks like Christianity is going to come right through the wall. It is something truly glorious to behold. It really lights it up, something beautifully. So maybe I will get this. It is, as I say, it's polished stainless steel. And there are, as you can see, no facets. How is it holding together? You can see the seams, but, well, there are tricks of the trade, and I won't be revealing them. I could not reproduce them, but so thank you for mentioning that. Maybe that will have to go up on the wall every so often, maybe rotate with some of the other things that we have in here. What I want to talk about quickly right now is, let's see if we can make this happen, and then we will get back to your calls, or not your calls, but if anybody financially gifted, remember that we have the cards, 2 sets of cards that are still available, and I will show those again in just a moment. I want to get these up and see if I can share them and then talk about these things briefly, because this is a wonderful thing that is happening all over North America right now. It's a little behind, lagging a little behind the further north you go of Washington, D.C., where I am. But let's see if I can find how to make this work. or not. Okay. Here we go. I think I've shown these once before. Okay. Have I ever shown these before? These are called, colloquially, I guess it's the common name for them, the common name. They are called bleeding hearts. So this is the only true bleeding heart. Anti-whites gave you, and this is apropos, they gave you the meme pathogen, an MP, that anti-whites were bleeding hearts. And that what was meant by that was they were just loving all of these other groups of man. They were just so loving. Their heart was booming with love, and they just wanted to do for other people. Of course, it was very easy to do for others with other people's money, your money, my money. But nonetheless, this is a genuine bleeding heart. They also referred to these anti-whites as lovers. They would put some sort of racial epithet in the front. They gave you that to say. Never say bleeding heart for an anti-white. Never say lover for an anti-white. That is an MP. These are bleeding hearts. And they are it's a lovely little type of plant. The common or the scientific name is Dicentra. Dicentra. And I think there are 8 different varieties or species of Dicentra, and I think it's called herbaceous. Yeah, the herbaceous. So they are Dicentra, and this specifically is the peregrina. Dicentra peregrina is what you are looking at. And so guys out there, this is something you live someplace where you have some property, you can plant this. Once the flowers have come and gone, these little flowers have come and gone, you leave the plant out for a little while, and then you just mow it down, and then it comes back next spring and looks glorious. And as you might imagine, women are going to absolutely love that. So let's move on to a different. So I want to get in a little closer on some of these so you can actually see texture here. Now, what's really amazing is you look to the white portion here that hangs down underneath. If you pinch either side of that, and there's a tiny bit of fluid in there, this is once, I guess, the bees, insects to get in there to get the pollen, this opens up. It like mechanically, it opens up. And on the inside, there's where all of the pollen is. It is truly remarkable. Nature is amazing. And I think we might have one more to share of the bleeding heart. So if you just go, you don't have to remember Dicentra, you don't have to remember any of that. You just remember bleeding heart. They're native to North America and Japan, and you don't have to do anything for them. When you first put them in, dig a hole appropriate depth for the size of the plant, and then what you want to do is arguments, these gods of the gaps. When I see something like this, I see creation. It is splendidly, remarkably beautiful, isn't it? So you dig a hole appropriate for the size of the plant. Maybe you want to put some really good soil down there with it as well, especially if it's not being planted in the best soil. You cover it up, you give it water for the first couple of days, and you just make sure it's got water, since it's just put in the ground and you want its roots to grow. You might want to use, there are products out there, I'm not going to say any specific products that you can use to help the plant get stabilized. And then once it's there, as I said, you don't have to do anything except once all the flowers shrivel up and go away, you leave the plant in place, I don't know, maybe a month, and then you just cut it down all the way down to the ground. It will go away and then come back the subsequent spring looking beautifully. No more work for you. It's a done deal. Don't put it in soil that is too moist, that sort of stays moist, and it needs like a regular cycle of water and then drying up, and it'll be fine. It does well across North America, and if you happen to live in Japan, then there as well. One other thing I want to show you, and that'll be the end of these things, is this anomaly that I had to share. This is crazy. Look at this. Now you're going to say to yourself, what's crazy about it? Well, what's crazy about it is this particular plant is called a quince. And so the buds, the flowers, are mini roses. They're like tiny roses, miniature roses. As you can see around the picture there, you can see there's budding going on, but then there are some of them already coming up and blooming. But for some weird reason, at the end of one of the branches, this gigantic, this huge quince has erupted in bloom. I mean, it's as big as, or bigger than, a rose bloom. So I don't know why. Maybe it's because we're going free and God wants to bless us with all things beautiful. But that's what I just wanted to share really quickly with you all. I thought it'd be a way to help some of the guys out there, do something simple for their property that will make the ladies swoon, and maybe help some of the ladies out there with some info on what exactly is that plant in my yard. And what should I do with it once those flowers go away? What will make it nice and strong? Let me look at some announcements right after we take a look at entropy. And it looks like we have Ron financially gifting $10. Thank you so much, dear brother. Ron says, no message or question other than keep up the good work, noble brother. Well, thank you so very much, Ron. That's very meaningful. There is no support shaming in service to white well-being and going free. So anyone ever showing up and saying, well, you shouldn't take $1, it should just be absolutely, everything you do should be free. It should just be given away. Nobody should financially gift you. You should never sell anything either. Those people are anti-white. They're trying to destroy you. The anti-whites are so successful because their institutions are fabulously filled with dollars. And so it is a beautiful thing when somebody comes along and they say, hey, here's 10 bucks and great job. And I really appreciate that, Ron. But the reason I brought that up was because I wanted to mention that if you are in a place where you cannot financially gift anything ever, then trust me when I say, for all of the content creators who are going free, doing good things, those kind of words, keep up the good work, noble brother, that is immensely powerful. And it's a profound thing. A little piece of sunshine, a little piece of love that you can leave with your fellows who are out there trying to make it happen for our people, trying to make it happen to recapture our destiny, to protect our most vulnerable members. And it balances out the attacks that are endless from anti-whites, and in my case as well, from villains inside the anti-white narrative, because they don't like discovering that they have been duped. They don't like discovering that anti-whites are leading them around by the nose. So they have decided to relentlessly attack me as well. Villains of various types, not just what we refer to as ant-nats. But I thank you very much for that, Ron. Tall Kevin back with another $3. Thank you, dear brother. Would you be able to put a billboard up in your name if you receive the payment for it? I want to pay for one, but don't want it to come out in the local news, the name who put it up, due to family issue. Well, yes and no. It depends on the owner of the billboard. So I will absolutely, I mean, if you would like to finance a billboard, that's magnificent. And I will absolutely turn to you when I find one that will work with me. It's not an easy thing to do, as you know. And it's also balancing out the payment versus the reward. And then if you're paying more than the gain from it, then it makes sense to put the money elsewhere for white well-being. But if there is a great reward for the cost, and the owner of the billboard is willing to put him or herself out there, because they too are subjected to attacks by anti-whites. And that's what happened with our billboard which we had, which was absolutely glorious. And I think I still have a image of it up here. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. I thought I did. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. Yes. So that's what happened to the billboard owner. They were attacked as well as yours truly. And I did everything I could to prevent them from being named and to prevent them from whatever. I mean, I don't know them personally, so I can't say exactly what they went through. But the news agencies naming them, fortunately, though, the news agencies did say what I cornered them into saying in order to protect the billboard owner as much as possible. So I don't know how many other content producers or organizational leaders would necessarily do that, but that's the kind of thing that all of us who are going free, that's the kind of thing we do. If there's going to be the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune cast at us for serving white well-being, then we don't want anyone who is innocent, who isn't also stepping up or who wants to be anonymous, to be taken down. So yes, I will absolutely turn to you. That is a great offer. Thank you so much, Tall Kevin. And we'll be keeping an eye out. There'll be other opportunities too, where it will make a lot of sense, just as it made a lot of sense in that case to have that billboard where it was. It worked wonders for us and was well worth what we paid for it. And also when it comes to billboards, a lot of the best locations are owned by giant companies who absolutely would not work with me. I could offer 20 million to put up an ad for 20 days and they wouldn't do it. All right. Looks like it's blank over on Cash App, so I didn't miss anybody, and that's how we like it. All right. Let's swivel back around. Rory is asking, could the entropy link be pasted, please? One of my moderators, intrepid moderators, could do that. That would be brilliant. Thank you so very much. It's also down in the description below. So if you follow that on down, you should find the entropy link below. Euro Yankees says, I shared your interview video with the leader of my church. Yes, and you wrote me an email about this, and I have not had an opportunity to read through the totality of it and respond yet. With the leader of my church, and he is such a big coward. He said that it was divisive. He seems to think that caring about white well-being is hateful. Well, means he's anti-white. The leader of your church is anti-white. He is villainy signaling anti-whiteism. He is fearful of victimization by anti-whites. He's somewhere in that range. So he's a vague who is afraid of losing his profession, being attacked by anti-whites, physically assaulted by anti-whites. And so he's also trying to be able to look in the mirror and claim that he's a man of God by lying. So he's got to try to convince himself, or he's genuinely anti-white. And it's absolutely despicable, because what I briefly saw in your email was that him saying something like, well, God made all people, and so they all need to be loved or something just the same. What was it, Euro Yankee? Tell me exactly what he said again. Oh, something I would have said for him right away is everybody should be loved exactly the same way. And so we need to put an end to anti-whites harming my people right away. You need to speak up right away, because it is wholesale victimization of Western kind everywhere we look. And by the way, Mr. Preacher, God also made different groups of man. So are you claiming that he made some sort of error when he did that? Because that would be some serious hubris. Angus says, such a harmless message. It must be the non-white guilt, or the no white guilt in that billboard. That's what it was. That's exactly what it was. And the idiot anti-whites who went up on the billboard, when they defaced it, the billboard, in case you weren't aware of this, when they defaced it, you know, they put their well, you know, I almost just said it, MLB, but backward up there. And they also, they painted out everything but white guilt, demonstrating exactly what they want you to have. And that's why we say no white guilt, because that gets them to say, yes, you must have white guilt. It goes right to the core of what an anti-white is endeavoring to get you to do, and that is to lower your guard and allow yourself to be victimized. Their purpose is to victimize you. They need you to lower that guard. They use it with white guilt. They use it with mispretexts. So when you say no white guilt, you instantly have them by the collar. You instantly have them by the collar, and they then reveal themselves very often. And the anti-whites, they literally painted everything out but the white guilt. This is what we want you to have. It was fantastic. And then the newspaper out there, they talked to, I think it was 4 different anti-white groups trying to find out how to respond to this. And every response that these leaders of these anti-white groups came up with were lousy. They fell on their faces when confronted with the lexicon and dialectics of go free. And they had to resort to one of them speculating that maybe I had defaced the sign because it makes anti-whites look so bad. So what is that? That's an admission that the anti-white did not want to look bad. It's so amazing how many successes. It's so amazing. Good. Oh, so you don't want to look bad? Well, then stop being anti-white. I'll tell you how high you have to jump before you're done. Simon says, no white guilt is universally disliked by anti-whites. That's right. Western Renaissance. That preacher needs to be reminded of the biblical story of Babylon, writes Western Renaissance. Remember your Southern Baptist roots, Jason. Dixie Pride Southwide, says Rax. All right. Yeah, I'll go back and take a look at that email first chance I get. Summer Lee is with us. Great to see you, sweet sister. Southern greetings, my brother. Well, a great Southern greetings to you as well. All right. We're going to jump right into... here's JB Jones says, Jason, you're a Western beast. Thank you so much. Tap into your potential by going free. Start treating those MPs that you're infected with, and you all, every single one of you, will be capable of far more than you realized. Just remember that it doesn't go away. Just like the MPs, these infections, it's just like learning how to ride a bicycle. It never goes away. So you have to stay at it to have success. But stick with it, and you will achieve things like you never thought possible. You knew were not possible for you. Roy Danton says, the stream is glitching a bit. Is that right? Well, well. Let me take a look over here and see what the strength is. Maybe we do have an issue. And it says, let's go over to Stream Health. It says that it's excellent. So I guess whatever glitching was happening, is it through? Is it done? It's the power of going free. They can't take it. It was only doing so for a couple of seconds while you presented the flowers. Of course, while I was presenting the flowers. The stream is pristine. It is pristine. And Fornell has arrived. And now it's even more pristine. That great champion. No glitches since the flowers. Well, we're not going to visit them again, but maybe I'll clip it out and and add the pictures, and then we'll post it for those anti-whites who didn't want us to be normalized, who wanted to keep us as these two-dimensional monsters in their story. Well, it's not going to happen. We're not going to allow you to do that to us. I will take a look at DLive really quickly, and we'll see diamonds and above. Diamonds and above. We have a diamond points from the great Roy Danton. Thank you, dear brother. And diamond points from JK160. Thank you as well, good brother. Diamond points from Silosopher. Thank you so much for those diamond points. And some more diamond points from the great Intellectual Embargo, who did a fantastic video. And I've been sharing, I think during the community share, I know you're added in there. We want to make sure that people, and I also tweeted about it, a great video that you did not that long ago. And he writes here, hey, front page. Well, thank you. This is the celebration of going free with love, hope, and redemption for all people. Right here, right, and it is our just dues up on the front page of DLive. And my goodness, who is doing this? Internet Explorer and Grayman the Gray are both doing everything they can to distract yours truly with dancing beauties in the DLive live chat. Well. I'm just going to like, that'll be the rest of the stream. All right, some announcements that we're going to jump into. Actually, you know what? Maybe we should do this. We're going to do this. We are going to listen to the one and only, because he's going to be in the announcements, the one and only First Last. So we are going to listen to his epic anthem, Sons of Europe. And after that little break, we will be right back.
Voices of the
Absolutely stunning anthem there, created by First Last, and the lyrics by Jared Taylor. And we're going to be talking about First Last here in another moment. We do have a question that I guess I will address about, and let's get a round of applause for that. Isn't that epic? That is glorious. He put all of that together. It is truly magnificent. Alex is asking about whether or not we can comment on Ashley Babbitt, and I guess what's being reported is that the individual who, if the races were reversed, would be charged with, I guess, manslaughter at a minimum, but maybe even premeditated is not going to be charged. And there's not a whole lot more. I mean, I can think about how exactly I can address as you know, in the Capitol building on the 6th, there was a woman by the name of Ashley Babbitt. There is a video of her climbing through a window, and she's climbing through. It's like maybe a window on a door, and a shot was fired at her head by a Capitol police officer, and it went through her throat. And there is, some people are saying, and that's what's visible. Some people are saying that that there was no order for her to not come through the door. Some people are saying, who knows whether any of that is true. CNN will tell you. And we are seeing that this, and it wouldn't matter really whether or not the Capitol police officer was white or non-white. In this case, nothing would happen. We can predict that this sort of thing can happen again and again. What matters about the Ashley Babbitt story, what's really relevant, is that in the anti-white narrative, the lives of white people don't have any value. You can murder them, you can destroy their property, you can white erase them from the landscape, from the cities, from the history books. You can rewrite them in as the wickedest, cruelest devils to ever trod the earth. And that is the moral thing to do in the anti-white narrative. So what we don't want to do, Alex, is go through the typical paces of shock and then anger over being mistreated by anti-whites. You're going to be able to find doom documenting channels and doom dissecting channels who will be able to take this story and they'll be able to talk about it, and they'll be able to rage about it, and they'll cuss their heads off about it. And then the very next thing, a couple days later, they'll do that all over again. Like, for example, they'll talk about the fact that the guy doing the videotaping, I understand, I don't know if it's true or not, check with MSNBC, but he is, I understand, in jail. And the reason given by anti-whites is really irrelevant, isn't it? I mean, do you really need to know? Do you really want to debate with devils that it's not what they claim it is, or that it's unfair? Really? Is that what you want to do with your time? Haven't you done that your whole life? I'm not saying you, Alex, in particular. You're just bringing the subject up. And good on you for bringing it up so that we can address it in a way that's productive. Now, they're going to say, I'm being told that they're saying, well, there is a list of people and organizational entities that can be in or on the Capitol grounds as journalists. And he was announcing that he was a journalist and to let him through. Therefore, he was impersonating a journalist. And then, though there isn't a law against impersonating a journalist like impersonating a police officer, what else could they charge him with? So I'm told, I don't know if it's true or not, ask MSNBC, that he's being charged with disorderly conduct. I was told, and this is the thing that you need to know about it that's relevant for us in the recapture of our destiny. So listen closely to this. Ignore everything else. Listen closely to this. The FBI's terrorism task force went after him. Again, make sure you get the full story because I'm probably wrong. The ear is against the door. But the terrorism task force, all of his electronics, I understand, I could be wrong, were taken. And the ones that weren't taken, I'm told that others have reported that what was left behind was broken and destroyed. I wouldn't be surprised if that's true. There are probably, do you have anything personal on your electronic devices? Probably so. Banking information, identification information, family videos, maybe videos or photos of you with your loved one that you are intimate with. And now these are in the hands of anti-whites who go by the letters FBI. So does it really matter, though, that it's fair, that they are, or not fair, that they're going after him? Does it really matter that it's fair or not fair that the officer, the Capitol Police officer, is not going to be charged? Does it really matter that he was also I'm told, whether this is true or not, maybe it isn't, that he was the Capitol Police officer who was there the day that Scalise was shot while playing softball. He was in charge of the security that day, I think, maybe. I was told this. And that somehow somebody with a rifle was able to get up on the Republicans, as though these people are actually doing anything good for us. Remember, what really matters in somebody's mind is the fiction called the anti-white narrative. And then this guy got if it's the same guy, I don't know. So I want to make sure you all check it out for yourself, but then got a medal for bravery from Trump for that day. And he was in charge. No one should have been able to get near the legislators practicing softball or doing whatever. Certainly not somebody with a firearm, but somehow he got near. But does it really matter for us? Are you going to talk about the things that are completely irrelevant? I mean, if you really think that that's still what needs to be done, you're not going free. If you really think that you need to get on the phone to your mother or to your brother or whatever it is and say, can you believe? Can you imagine if the races were reversed? Can you imagine what they're doing? Or can you believe what they're doing to us? And can you believe they gave him a medal here? And can you believe that this poor woman? And are you really going to do that all over again and again and again until the end of time, until there is nothing left? I'm not surprised at all that this is what happened. What really is at issue here, if any of that actually, who knows what took place? I certainly don't. What took place inside the Capitol building? I was not even on the grounds of the Capitol building, and I was streaming, so I have plenty of evidence of where I was on Patriot Day when the Patriot lost his innocence about the country known as America. Whatever happened in there, if this is what happened inside that building on that day, it's not surprising at all because the white race has no value. That's another reason why the police officers were fist fighting these people out who were outside of the Capitol, punching them in their faces. I mean, that's not protocol. That's every single one of them, all of the video. If there was law in place, there is no law in the United States, or I'm assuming any other Western country as well. This is the way it looks. There's just these excuses to persecute and white erase and victimize Western kind. And also things that trouble the functioning of economy you get punished for. So these people that were fist fighting and that were, etc., that were in uniform, in a legal environment, in a fair environment, they would all be charged. They would all be they would all have to suffer some sort of disciplinary action. But that's not going to happen because we live under the anti-white narrative, because anti-whites dominate the nodes of power, because anti-white oligarchs are using their money to achieve these ends. So a white woman and I think you can make the argument, I'm not making it, but I think you could make the argument that this woman was murdered. She was crawling through a broken window through a door, and it was very naughty of her to do that. I know insurance will pick up the cost of the door, but she certainly should have been ordered to halt, to stop, to whatever. The officer certainly could have shot a warning shot into the door jamb. It would have been loud. It would have thrown debris all over the place. That would have scared the heck out of anybody and would have stopped them in their tracks. The officer also could have shot for any other place on the body other than the head. I think it's so an argument could be made that the not ordering to halt, no warning shot. I don't know if that's protocol, but and instead, though, shooting for the head, I think a case for murder could be made, but it won't be made, and it wouldn't be successful because of the fact that we are under anti-white domination. So the question to you then is, are you going to go free yourself, go free with your family, go free with your community, make a change in this world, tell those friends and family and strangers that the reason why nothing happened to her is because in America, the lives of white people don't matter. Under the anti-white narrative, the lives of white people don't matter. And then start a conversation about what the anti-white narrative is. Are you going to do that, or are you just going to complain about what they get to get away with? So that's really what matters about the Ashley Babbitt story. And when it comes to the guy videotaping, why does he end up in jail? He's facing, I think, 10 years or something crazy, and many tens of thousands of dollars potentially, I think, in fines. Of course, losing right to self-defense and everything else that goes along with it. Accosted by the terrorism task force of the FBI. Might I add, I mean, maybe somebody can add in the chat, we might have talked about it working out this way long before it worked out this way. But I mean, look it up and see if we ever said that. Maybe somebody could remind everybody else. But why is he going to go to jail? Well, so that nobody will ever attempt to contradict the anti-whites in power again. Him being there with that video camera prevented the anti-whites from telling a very different story from what took place inside the Capitol. If he had not been there with that camera, and so they want to send that, they want a chilling effect to go out. You're going to videotape what's going on. You're going to tell the world what's going on, and it's not approved by the anti-whites in the regime. Well, you're going to go to jail for 10 years. That's what they're doing. That's at least what I'm guessing that they're doing. Has nothing to do with, you know very well and good, if it had been an anti-white inside the Capitol saying that he or she was media, get out of the way, I've got a camera, there would be no charges filed. Nothing would happen to that person. You know very well. Why? Because they're anti-white. Why? Because anti-whites victimize Western kind, and that's going to help them victimize Western kind. If this guy, what was this guy's name? Is he even white? And this is a great example, too, of it not mattering what your race is. Montoya or something like that his name was. Is he white? I don't know. I haven't seen him. I haven't been paying attention to this. It's a great example of it doesn't matter what race you are. You get in the way of anti-whites victimizing Western kind, and you're going to burn for it. So if he hadn't been there videotaping that and then releasing that videotape with its audio about whether or not this guy is ordering her to halt or whatever, who knows what the story might have been. crazed white woman attacks prone police officer in Capitol, and while wielding machete, shot dead prior to murdering a police officer. Who knows? Who knows what the story would have been? But it certainly wouldn't be what you all ended up seeing. So this is what happens when you have deep disease, corruption, anti-whiteism in the body politic. This is what happens. And no good has ever come from saying, well, look what they get to do. Let's get to the announcements, and then I'll see if you all had any more to say about that. Does anyone know something that could help Alt Voices Portal with uploading videos to Odyssey? He's having the same problem that I had originally, which is this inability to upload because you don't have enough credits, enough of their cryptocurrency. And I don't know, a couple people extended credits to me. Roy was one of them. I think Brandt extended credits. Maybe I did something. I can't recall doing anything on my end. But if somebody knows how to set up an Odyssey account, if they could speak to Alt Voices Portal in the live chat and or the thread below this video, probably thread is the best if he isn't here, so that he can easily find it later. Give a 1, 2, 3 sort of a steps thing so that you can enable him to take all of the time and effort that he makes to make all of these different clips, enable him to then get on this new, potentially exciting and growing platform with those clips. You'll be doing a great service to White Wellbeing if you will do so. And if you don't know how to do so, maybe you know somebody who does. Go and ask them to do that. Jump onto the thread below this video and help out Alt Voices Portal with a step 1 through whatever it takes. All right. Now I want everybody to get really jubilant. I want you really to get out those wild, raucous, rousing emojis, because we are going to mention a absolutely princely hero in service to White Wellbeing. In fact, we are just going to call this hero April's Hero. April's Hero. Get out your raucous emojis for April's Hero, ladies and gentlemen. He's going free, and he wanted to give his testimonial to the success of going free. April's Hero wanted to give his testimonial to the success of going free and it's having in his life and the lives of those around him by giving a financial gift of $1,400. $1,400 from April's Hero. Let's hear it for this magnificent champion. A testimonial to the heavens, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely blowing the roof off of whatever structure you're in with this testimonial. God bless you, dear brother. April's Hero, $1,400 financial gift this week for White Wellbeing. And the good that I will be able to do and the uses that I put to those dollars. Thank you. God bless you so very much. You know who you are. You are a true champion. Stepping up here today. We had so much energy yesterday, and I didn't want to. It was just like this had arrived days before, and I was feeling like what an exciting just momentum that's building coming up to this Sunday. $1,400 financial gift. April's Hero. Thank you so very much for your service to White Wellbeing. Thank God it is working so well in your life, and thank God that you are seeing it work so well in the lives of others. God bless you. So let me take a quick look, and we'll get back to those. We'll get back to these announcements in just a moment, but I want to make sure that we get to any financial gifts that I might have missed. And thank you all for celebrating April's Hero. This is remember when we see things like this, it is a testimonial to the success of the practice. This is what you have to tell people when you're having conversations with them about going free, the practice of going free of the MPs inside of yourself, going free of the anti-white narrative. This is what you have to talk about with them, that there are normal, working class, ordinary people from every Western country around the world, going free, having success in English and in the other languages that they speak, having the same success in their own lives and the lives around them. So much success that ordinary working class people are witnessing that, my God, something works, and I'm so excited about it, in the successes that it's having for me and those around me, and that I see in the community, that they are willing to part with money that has already been taxed 50 times over by the time it reaches them. $1,400. God bless you, April's hero. What a magnificent champion to come through right now, as so many are suffering with bibs, as so many are turning to different paths of villainy, and their lives getting worse as a consequence. We have champions like this who are stepping up and saying, with this sort of financial gift, those other ways are not the way to go. That's not going to succeed. Obviously, April's hero is not gifting Jason because I am great at snark. I'm great at being irreverent. I'm not good at any of those things. All that I do is I get up here with the rest of you and spread the practice of going free, and it works. It works. And we can sing the songs of those successes all day long and through the night and all week, and we wouldn't come close to the end. And we're going to keep doing it. We're going to keep having these successes because times are changing. There are great omens out there that more folks are looking for answers, and we'll talk about that shortly. But let me just make a quick glance over here and make sure I didn't miss anybody. And looks like we haven't, so that's fantastic. I'll swivel back around here to entropy. And we have Rory financially gifting $5. Thank you so much, Rory. And he says here, with those $5, Jason, did you know that Bill Gates' 11th great-grand-uncle, John Winthrop from Suffolk, England, was the founder and governor of Massachusetts Bay Colony back in 1629? I did not know that. And I will also say, with claims like this, Rory, you obviously know, with the ear against the door, I don't know whether that's true or not. Maybe you're 100% right. I have no way of knowing. But you go on to say, if anyone should be white positive, don't you think it should be Bill Gates? Well, I think it should absolutely. It should absolutely be any white person. Every non-white person as well should be white positive. They can all look out into the world and see what is destroying the West. And what is destroying the West is anti-whiteism. There are a lot of silly people out there, anachronistic people, weird people, and they continue to call these people, the anti-whites, by the names of their taking. Communists, feminists, liberals, woke brigade, social justice warriors. They continue to call them by these antiquated names. And aren't they cute when they do that? Don't you just want to like pet them on their heads and give them a lollipop and say, that's sweet. One of these days you'll grow up. Everybody should be white positive. If they want law and order, if they want Western civilization, if they want the opportunity to get ahead in the world, if they want the peace and stability, if they want the moral ethos, if they want all that we do in the West, then they have to oppose anti-whiteism. And I will say to Mr. Gates to stop being a gatekeeper to all of these millions of white people who are sick and tired of being victimized by anti-whiteism. Stop being that gatekeeper and start being Bill Gateway to the freedom and love, hope, and redemption of going free. You have the money to do it. Be fair to everyone. That's what we want in service to white well-being. There's only one group being victimized, and you know it. Bill, you know it. So it's time to go free. It's time to serve white well-being. I'm waiting for the phone to ring. I know you can get the number in a heartbeat, and ready for those dollars to flow in here to make this happen so that we can put an end to anti-whiteism. But it is a real shame. Why is he not white positive? Why is he not going free? Well, he grew up in an anti-white world, in an anti-white narrative. He learned to hate himself, to hate our people. He's infected with MPs, so infected it's eating him alive. And as a consequence, living inside this fiction that is the anti-white narrative, he sees the fiction of the movies and the television shows and all the books that he reads as the real world, because his with all that money, he doesn't know that his subconscious mind can't tell the difference. And that's what he's living by. And so he puts all of this money to work destroying Western kind. And I will tell you all this, as well as the gatekeeper. I will tell you all this. If we don't go free, there isn't any amount of victimization that is going to change the way our people behave, or whether or not we are able to surmount the challenges, circumvent the challenges that are put before us. It'll come all the way down to the very last white guy, and he'll be known as the racist. And it will be he who is preventing society from achieving its nirvana. That is how the anti-whites will frame it. And then after they murder him, then it will be the memory of the white race that is causing the problem. So we need to go free, or regrettably, we go to hell. Pierce Taylor financially gifting $5 and saying everything he had to say with those $5. Thank you, dear brother. Let me take a look over here and to see what we're saying, if we're saying anything more on D Live. And I don't see any more diamond points. Let's see. I Hypocrite says, I guess that is hosting me as well. So thank you. And I think Tim has hosted us several times. And so a big thank you to Tim for those times that he has hosted us. And that's the first time I've ever seen a alert that someone was hosting us. But thank you so very much. And a big hero's applause for April's hero, $1,400 financial gift to White Wellbeing as a testimonial to the success of this practice. It doesn't get any grander than that. You don't get better testimonials than, how many times have you gone out and purchased a widget or a service or whatever it might be because just some person said, hey, this works. It is shocking that people continue with their benightedness, continue down paths that have had no success at any point in their life when we have all of this success here. I want to mention that I am now fully restocked, at least with the limited space that I have, on all of my books that I author and provide by way of my NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com, NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. There was, as you know, a big holdup in the United States mail service because of all of this voting by way of mail. And shockingly, it was still behind, and I think it might even still be behind in different places of the country. But we are finally fully stocked. And so if you go over to NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com and obtain one of my books with a signature through there, I will be able to have it to you as soon as I make clear on that site, rather than having to also wait for these things to come through the United States mail. So I wanted to let everybody know that. Now, I was on, and I did want to mention this, Jeffrey Doherty the other day. And if you did not see that, please go and take a look at that interview. Before I mention that, I'm going to quickly show you again the cards that Fraulein Dresden has made. And this is one of the sets. I believe that's set 1 that is still available to anyone who wants to financially gift $50 or somewhere between $50 and $100, she said, to White Wellbeing. You will then get you have to share your address with me, some address where I can send these to you. That is set one. So if you financially get $50 to $100 and you want this set, do so quickly and add that you want this set number one, and you are you will communicate with me your address by way of nowhiteguilt.org. So let's remove that. And then this is the other set that is available. So we will just call this set number 2, even though it's not. It's set number 4, I think, technically. If you would like that set, these are made by hand. Remember that, folks. If you were to purchase these at a boutique, it could very easily be $80 to $120. If it were a boutique in an expensive part of town, upwards of $200. They are exquisite. 2 sets of these cards have already are already named for Mrs. Jess Horse and Heidi Van Buskirk. These are the only 2 that remain. And now I will move on to sharing with you rather. Let's see. Where is it? I know I have it here somewhere. I think it's this. Yes, it is. All right. Well, we will just do this. And so you can see, this is when I was, this past week, I was on the Jeffrey Doherty show. And I think it's called Late Night in the Heartland. Comes on. He streams at 10 to midnight Central Time. He talks about a range of issues, but had me on the other night, and it went magnificently. I had a great time. Jeffrey was a splendid host, and there was a lot of trepidation by his audience initially. But toward the end of the 2 hours, they were absolutely warming up to going free. And we've had many reach out already. There are undoubtedly some with us tonight, and we welcome you and thank you for being here and investigating Go Free to see what is this going free all about? How are people having this enormous success? How is this April's hero seen such success that he's willing to financially gift $1,400, a working class man? Well, you're seeing how, and you'll continue to see how and why people give such testimonials. But we had a great time over there, and many people are saying that this was my finest interview yet. And it was due in large part to Jeffrey, of course, a magnificent gentleman. And do check out his channel on YouTube, Jeffrey Doherty on YouTube. And do watch this interview. And as Jared George was saying yesterday, get into the thread underneath of it and share a few thoughts about going free. There are going to be a lot of people who show up. He's got, I think it's 51,000 subscribers on that YouTube channel. But overall, I think Jared George said he had something like 200-some thousand putting everything together. There are going to be a lot of people that show up on his channel that are everyday vagues, good people, honorable people, salt of the earth type folks that are going to show up, but they're not going to have seen anything like what we're talking about here. And they're going to be hearing about concern for white well-being for the very first time. Be the message in the thread. It doesn't have to be something protracted. It doesn't have to be just something polite, something kind to say about going free, what's happened in your life, what they can expect, how we are nothing like they have been taught to believe that folks who care about Western kind are like. I conveyed that to the best of my ability over the course of that stream, and it was I had a really great time. I think you'll really enjoy it. Make sure you watch it at some point this week, and others will share with you that did watch it how much they enjoyed it. So a big thank you to Jeffrey for having me on Late Night in the Heartland with him and his great community there. A lot of good people showed up. I also wanted to share with you all that LinkTree decided to attack yours truly and censor me from their platform. Now, all LinkTree does is it provides a platform so that you can give a nice short URL for people to follow. It doesn't take up a lot of description space, and people can follow it right to this platform. And then all of your links are posted there on LinkTree. That's all it does. And they decided to censor me. And they did so and cut my tongue out, to cut our tongues out. Because why? Because LinkTree is obviously run by vicious anti-whites who want to victimize Western kind. And I will provide some further evidence of that in just a moment. But the company is obviously run by monstrous anti-whites. They censored me from the platform, and I would not have even known if it hadn't been for Lovely Porridge, who, for whatever reason, had clicked on the LinkTree link and discovered that I had been censored. On my end, on the dashboard, those anti-white jerks made it look like everything was just fine. No message to me, no email to me, no warning, nothing. They wanted me to continue to think that my links were being shared publicly through them. That shows you what kind of anti-whites they are. But that's not all there is to it. There's more to it. In fact, LinkTree had reached out to me and everyone on LinkTree with automatic banners for your links that would appear above your links. And there was one banner that would be an automatic. We've made a banner for you, and you can use this wonderful banner. So this was sitting on my dashboard as something, well, if you select this, it will appear as your banner, while I had been censored and made to believe, though, that I was still reaching our brothers and sisters who are in need of the love, hope, and redemption that we offer by way of going free. That. Support banner. Show your support for an important cause. With a profile banner, you can have only one turned on at a time. Racism is an international emergency. Enable a support banner for visitors to demand or to donate and discover resources in support of justice and equality. What a vile screed by these anti-white POSs over there at LinkTree. This is right out of the anti-white narrative. Now, circling back to what we were talking about earlier, how do you handle this if you talk about this with others? What comes to mind? Do you begin citing evidence about how racism is not an international emergency? Because if you do, you've got a lot of going free to do. These are liars. These people, these anti-whites are the worst of miscreants that you could ever come into contact with. This is a fiction. You do not say that Darth Vader is not actually circling planet Earth right now in some whatever they're called, the spaceships that they were in. If you were to say that, a sane person would be justified in maybe giving you a little love tap across the face to bring you out of your hallucination. So you do not say to an anti-white, racism isn't an international emergency. Because number one, it's a fiction. Number two, you never say racism. That is the central pillar. That construct is the central pillar of anti-whiteism. You never say it. Because if you use their terminology, you legitimize their ideology. You don't then start talking about all of the different non-white groups and what they've done to white people, because then you look like the monster in their story. You talk instead, like I'm talking right now, about how these people are the monsters, about how this is the anti-white narrative, about how they are victimizing Western kind. They prevented a message that has literally saved lives from reaching people by censoring me from their platform, by censoring us from their platform. That is what they have done. And you should also be aware that when people are this crazy, when they have such faith in pure fantasy, and the only thing that they could cite are the movies and the books, all the fiction that they've watched throughout their lives, that's all they could cite as the evidence of their belief system. You don't for a second attempt to persuade them with data. You call them out for what they are. Anti-whites. You call this out for what it is. Anti-whiteism. That is the ideology that they are advancing. What they're saying here is that heresy to anti-whiteism is an international problem. And that, my friends, is a very good thing. Because people getting sick and tired of anti-whiteism and saying enough is enough. Enough victimizing us. Enough white erasing us from our civilization. Enough making us look like the villain. So many people saying enough is enough has caused these anti-white monsters to say that there is an international emergency because of all of the heresy to anti-whiteism. That's what they're saying. And that's what you should communicate to the vagues out there, to your family members, to whoever it might be who could benefit by going free. Don't worry, though. We're going to build a much better link page on knowwhyguilt.org, and we'll have that built shortly and available for everybody to post this nice short little link, and they'll be able to go to every site that we have. And by the way, I kept my promise to you anti-whites out there. I signed up to 2 more platforms because of you censoring me off of that one. So every time you anti-whites, you just double my footprint. You double our ability to reach the masses. Another announcement that is really positive, folks, and I'm going to get into some more news, though, about what's really positive in the world. Signs to see that are, if you know how to see, if you know how to scry what's going on in the world, then you'll know the positivity that's there. First Last, and we just played his epic anthem, Sons of the West, is in the process of making a second anthem. And what did he want me to say here? He is looking for a lyricist. Now, please be good at writing lyrics. He's obviously going to want something really grand, really epic. It's going to be akin to what we played for you during the show today, just a little while ago. So he's looking for an accomplished lyricist, or maybe you are great at writing lyrics and nobody has noticed it yet. But he says here, he wants something like hand in hand or shoulder to shoulder, maybe even shield over shield, or step by step, day by day, maybe moving from being all alone to being part of a growing community who are a growing, or that is a growing nation. Somebody, an anthem about, lyrics about going free, he says. These, and what I just shared with you here. So that is your inspiration as a lyricist. And then what you need to do is, if you believe that you could write the lyrics for this anthem, of course, you are going to be relinquishing ownership of the lyrics to him. So there won't be any of these little tricks that anti-whites try to pull where they give something and then they file their lawsuit. You will be relinquishing ownership of the lyrics for his use, whatever he wants to do, which is to give it away to the service to white well-being. A very beautiful thing, as he's giving his genius in writing the music and hiring all of the performers and the singers and the like. You're going to reach out to me at knowwhyguilt.org and put in the description of the message, so that I see right up at the top, maybe just the word lyricist for the new, or lyrics for the new anthem or something. You don't have to write them out yet, but we'll start the conversation that way. Maybe give some ideas, maybe put some lyrics down of what you think might work, and not a lot, but a little bit. And I will share that with first last, and then he will decide who among those individuals gets to hear. And since I'm not a musician, I don't know exactly what what he's exactly referring to. Maybe it's like you get to hear the tempo, or you get to hear something about the piece without hearing the whole piece. He's not giving the piece away. He wants to be the one who creates the totality of it and then releases it for obvious reasons. But he will need the lyricist to hear, I guess, the tempo or the rhythm or whatever it is, so that the person writing the lyrics will get them just right. That is First Last working on a new anthem like the one we just played moments ago. Now, Jared Taylor wrote the lyrics for that first one. Might you be the one who would write the lyrics for the next? Again, he wants it to be about going free. He wants it, he says something like hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, maybe even shield over shield, or step by step, days or day by day, moving from being all alone to being part of a growing community. We're a growing nation. So it's the melody or whatever you'll get to hear. Very excited about this. Another magnificent project and collaboration. And this heroic gentleman is stepping up, putting his own talents and time and dollars to make this happen. And it, I assure you, is going to be absolutely beautiful once it is finished. I have heard what he's going to allow the writer of the lyrics to hear, and I am very inspired. It's a big, epic piece. So if you are a big and epic lyricist, then let's get together. Let's get you all together. I want to share a couple of content creators before we forget. And let's share No White Guilt Clips, and doing a magnificent job. And I will share that link, and maybe I'll do that right now. And let's also share today Intellectual Embargo. Because we mentioned him today as well. Both of them doing a magnificent job. Truly stellar. And very proud of them both. Make sure you follow them and that you share the content that they create. This is how we proliferate. This is how we become increasingly powerful in a way that the anti-whites will find nigh impossible. At least at this point, to shut down. So a big salute and spotlight to both of those champions. Let's see what else we have here. Make sure I haven't missed anybody. Who's with us? Coconut is here. Hello, sweet lady. Great to see you. Ezra St. White. Great to see you, brother. Let's see, we have, what shall I call you? I will just call you Eric. And Eric has financially, get your raucous emojis out, ladies and gentlemen. Eric has financially gifted $50 US. $50 over here on Cash App by Eric. Thank you so much, dear brother. $50, and he says here, for White Wellbeing. Thank you so very much. We deeply appreciate that service and that testimonial to the work that we are doing. What great momentum we are picking up here as the anti-whites, as it gets worse everywhere else, as people continue to sink and just wallow in the misery of it and suffer from bibs, head down these inglorious, these absolutely pusillanimous paths to misery and arrest, not the least of which is to have the terrorism task force from the FBI show up at your door for going these directions. As they sink into this sort of thing, we continue to have victory after victory in people's lives. That's where it matters. Because when it happens for the individual, when they are seeing a change in their world, when they are getting personally better, when they're dropping weight. Like Jeffrey mentioned, he lost, I think it was 50 pounds after he started going free in 8 months. Wasn't losing weight, and then started addressing the MPs to the point where he's even correcting his callers, he said. Drops 50 pounds. We have people having nigh miracle level results. And the reason why is because for the first time in their lives, they are addressing the things that ruin them, that are destroying them. Yes, you might have some silver fillings in your mouth that are leaking a tiny bit of mercury or whatever it is, and you've blown that into something, oh my, it's the biggest thing ever. It's just got to be destroying your health. Not even close. Drink mercury out of the thermometers. You don't even come close. It is the MPs that are destroying you. It is the beliefs that make the children scream at their mothers that they don't want to be white. That is what destroys you. Not the tiny bit of mercury. I mean, by all means, if you want to have that taken out, for God's sake, or whatever it is in the filling. But that's nothing. I know people who are spending big money on the smallest of things that they think are going to change their lives and not addressing MPs at all. And seeing with their own two eyes the successes that so many have. And everyone, I've had people say, I got started and I started treating MPs, started having all the success, and then I dropped off. I put the book up on the shelf. I stopped thinking about the practice. I stopped engaging in the practices. And then suddenly I realized, wow, everything's getting worse again. Go back to the book, start engaging in the practices again, start treating yourself for the MPs, things start getting better. If you teach non-white children that they're horrible, that they're evil, that everything in the world that goes wrong is because of them, that they need to make amends, that they need to surrender, that they need to be deferential, that they need to give up, everyone is going to say that naturally they're not going to achieve their potential. They would be on top of the Capitol building shouting that to DC. And yes, it holds true for you white people as well. You have to address the MPs. That's why we get April's hero financially gifting $1,400. God bless you all who are actually engaged and making it happen. And thank you so very much, Eric, for that $50 financial gift to White Wellbeing. Let me see what you all are saying really quickly, and then we are going to continue rolling with the mailbag is coming up, and then it looks like we have maybe a little bit of news. I want to talk about this. Yeah, I think we will talk about this Anglo-Saxon Caucus and what that means for us and what happened to it. And then we'll take your calls. So it's going to be some fun coming up here shortly. Let's see. HB 2014 is with us, folks. The great HB. And he shared the link to the Jeffrey Doherty video. Thank you so much for doing that, dear brother. Azimuth Clark is with us. Great to see you. Picking Guys is with us. Hello. FL, I guess that's Florida. Hello to you. The whole state of Florida. Welcome to Going Free. Wouldn't that be amazing? The whole state. William Runner is with us. Great to see you, dear brother. Lisa, hello, sweet sister. Welcome, welcome. And just rolling through the crowd of heroes. Magpie is here. Hello to you. Welcome. It's a very weird LinkTree. Very weird anti-whites, aren't they? All right, just rolling through. The Tree Godfather, was that what it was? Like comedy's very psyched about the second anthem. Yeah, I'm really psyched about it too. What word did I use? I don't know. HB said, how often do you hear that word? I don't know. I don't know. You'll have to tag me with what it was. Red Radar says, roses are red, sky is blue, no white guilt loves you. Do I qualify to write the lyrics? No. Let's see. What else we have here? Greek American Man is with us. And Julie Stormsom is with us. Hello to you, dear lady. And No White Guilt Clips is with us right now. Great to see you, brother. And thank you all for breaking out those raucous emojis for our great champions in service to white well-being, people who serve in any way they can. There are wonderful people who do all that they can in the ways that they can, and it's making a difference because we're all putting our effort together in this love and this movement of redemption. This is a team effort, and we are going one step at a time, one foot in front of the other. That's how you get to the peak of that mountain and that western sunrise that we talk about, that we hoist up into the sky, that glorious day when the sun rises in the west. We'll know, the world will know, all of time and history will know, and everyone will remember who that light shines on first. It'll be every single one of you who are serving right now in any way that you are able to do so. Some are afraid, some are a little braver, some can be out in the open to some degree, some can be out in the open totally, some have to be total anonymity. All are heroic, all are doing good things. Everybody lauded as a champion. And we thank every single one of you, and the lives we save and the lives we change for the better, and the positivity that we send out, that we project, that we radiate with this incandescent positivity to the totality of all of our Western countries. That is what's going to draw the patriots, the heroes, the lovers of liberty, the people who want what is good and fair for everyone in all of their countries. That will bring them all, irrespective of their immutable characteristics. And that is why one of the main reasons we have a morality that does not condemn anybody for the way that they are born or whatever their religion might be or whatever it is. We only condemn anti-whiteism. And that is something that you choose to do. That is something that you choose to be, something that you choose to be engaged in. That is something we will never brook again. So it doesn't matter who we allow into our civilizations then. Our biospirits, creating Western civilization, the good will be drawn to us in those environments of all peoples. Only the good will be drawn, and none, not a single one, will be allowed to stay or will want to stay who is anti-white. They simply would not want to be in an environment where every effort that they made to victimize Western kind was stymied by good people of all races putting their foot down and saying, no, you will not harm the spirit of the West. The spirit of the West is in Westmen. It is in Western kind. We have Western civilization because of it. You will not victimize them. You will not victimize their most vulnerable members, their elderly, their children, their sick. They will leave of their own volition, and more power to them to get into their environment. Or maybe they'll be healed of being so stupid and anti-white. Maybe once they're many anti-whites, maybe once they're in environments where they can't be anti-white, maybe they'll go right instead of going so wrong. Rack says, when will you adopt a woodchuck? He's talking about, I think, referencing It's a Comedy, Damn It, my comedy novelette that you can find at Amazon. You can also find at NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. And it is a comedy that you will enjoy. We have fun here in the white positive sphere. Lars says, Jason, I'm about to send you a snippet of lyrics for this anthem you mentioned. Can I send it to your Twitter inbox, or where is best? Well, you could send it to my Twitter DM if we've been talking there. You're able to reach me there, but just make sure the very start of it so that I can see that you write lyrics or something like that. And folks, keep in mind, and people have stepped up when there was one person that was really getting bent out of shape that I didn't immediately write this person back, even though I had written this person back. I get many messages, and I love everyone. I value everyone the exact same. And so that means I get to everyone, and that takes longer, shorter time to get to. Everybody ends up getting responded to. Sometimes people say, geez, I couldn't believe it. 2 months later, no one wrote me back. I apologize for it being 2 months later, but you're going to be responded to. And the further we get away from things like elections, I mean, this is done now, the more time I will have to be able to write folks. But just be aware that when you write me, if it's a case like this, you're going to have to write, like if I say write lyrics at the top so that I know, okay, this is a project and I've got to get it now. I can't get it 2 months from now, so I can see it and grab it. Otherwise, be patient. If there's something super urgent in your life that you're reaching out to me for, then make it very clear at the header in the description of the email, whatever it might be, DM, that it's super urgent and you're going to be brief or whatever it is, and then I will do what I can to get to you and help you personally. But otherwise, just be patient. I will get to you and your messages. Roy Danton, have you heard of the, quote, white boy summer meme that some people are sharing on social media? What do you think about it? Well, I have heard, I've seen, what was it? Maybe it'll come back to me while I talk about it. But I have seen an image that said this white boy summer. I would not ever say white boy for a white man. That is an MP. It is astonishing that I have had to correct so many people. And yes, it is being corrected. When you, I mean, if you are holding a firearm and you turn the barrel so you can look down the barrel to see if there's anything in it, I'm going to smack it out of your hands. And I'm going to do the same thing if you use MPs. So if you say white boy, I'm going to smack it out of your hands. I'm going to smack it out of your hands. Because it's, what do you think that's doing to white males? What status is that putting on white males? Are they going to be able to be white men if you're referring to them as boys? No, this is something that is created by anti-whites to be a meme pathogen to undermine white males who we want to become men and whom the anti-whites want to remain forever in a boy status and behavior and maturity so that they can never resist. Again, if they are boys, then they can't stop the victimization. So it just seems to me to be another within the cage phenomenon of let's be snarky and let's take one of their terms. And then you remember this when it comes to flipping the script inside the anti-white narrative as well. Not only does it look pathetic, not only does it look childish because you're essentially saying, I know you are, but what am I? But in the anti-white narrative, the script is moral. If you flip the script, what does that make you? That is how the vagues see you when you flip their script. So when folks say, well, I'll just take it, isn't this funny? We'll just flip it right around on them. No, everyone else sees you as immoral when you do that. When you say white lives matter, the average person says to themselves, that's pretty immoral. That's pretty immoral to say that. Because they're going to say to themselves, remember, when you need to be intelligent here, you've got to stop this midwittery. The intelligence on the microscope is on this side. it's on the side of the viewer. So microscope, telescope, periscope, it's on this side. So when you're vague out there, ordinary white person sees you flip and then say white lives matter, they, in their intelligence, with their intelligence on this side of the microscope, are going to look at the reverse of at the original and say, well, of course those people aren't saying that white people's lives don't matter. So obviously these people who are saying this now, as the paper is telling me, or as the newscaster is telling me, this is just evil people who are flipping what is moral for this other group, whether or not even the observer, the ordinary vague out there, whether or not they actually agree fully with this MLB turned around and their claims. They might agree with them a little bit. They might say, well, they've been wrong to some degree, or none, or a lot, or whatever it might be. That doesn't even matter, because they're just looking at you flip something that is being said to society and believed by society, because the anti-whites dominate society, is something moral. So they're seeing you do something immoral. That's how they receive it. I can only explain these things so many times. And thank God some of you are stepping up and you are figuring it out. And you're saying, wow, that really makes sense. And then you're going out and you're explaining it to others. And some people, you know, if they don't get it, then they just don't get it. Let them just keep going wrong. Let them just keep going wrong. That's all I can say. Get to the people who can get it. So Roy, ultimately, this white boy summer. Oh, I just remembered. There were two different things that I saw. Both of them were stupid. Thank you for bringing it up, Roy. One was some white guy, some kind of a goofy looking guy dancing. He danced well, but he was kind of goofy looking, and it was clearly just making fun of white males. And then the next one, so mocking white males, calling them boys, and then mocking them with a video of a goofy looking white guy dancing. And then the next one was mocking white males as boys, and then showed video that was terrifying for vagues. And it was white guys with their faces covered and shooting semi-auto weapons and things like this. Absolutely do not, if you're going free, this white boy summer is extraordinarily deleterious. And I'd be willing to bet that you'll see it wholly embraced by those who are playing the villain in the anti-white narrative. They're going to love it. Now, maybe somebody should start the Western man summer and meme, and or Westmen. Use our actual verbiage, Westmen. W-E-S-T. You could make it M-A-N. You're talking about the singular, or M-E-N. You're talking about the plural. And then you show truly magnificent things. Truly magnificent things that they're accomplishing. So Westman summer. That would be, or like I say, any iteration of that. Somebody could get that started and then see if these people who are saying white boy summer don't suddenly start attacking. My guess is that they would attack. And that would tell you everything you need to know about them, wouldn't it? We are just walked into the final hour of our gathering. So if you have any financial gifts, if you have any questions or comments, make it happen now. I'm going to read. I want to talk very briefly about this Anglo-Saxon Caucus. And we have this Marjorie. Wasn't that her name? Boy, there's so much news going on. Okay, so Marjorie Green. Now she has this Taylor Green, Marjorie Taylor Green. So this is her maiden name that she brought over. And because she is a woman in power, this is a Republican, she's a woman in charge. She's going to make it happen. She's tough, right? Marjorie Taylor Greene. Nothing wrong with keeping your maiden name. I mean, if you think that's something you really have to do, but just remember that if every woman did that in very short order, the people's names would be 20 names long. I mean, it's just silly. But okay, Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's just my opinion on that. If you feel like you need to do it, then go ahead and do it. But otherwise, kind of silly. I mean, it's not like you forget your family of origin, for God's sake. But she's saying that this is what normally happens. I remembered with some Mormons years ago when I was checking out the Mormon church, and I came across a guy who was marrying a woman in the church. They were both Mormons, and he was going, not only was she keeping her maiden name, he was taking her name. Wow. These were some of the Mormons. A lot of wonderful people, no doubt. A lot of great people. Mormons going free. But it was quite a shocker. But she was, she was a anti-white through and through. She was a strong, whenever a woman has to say she's strong, she is a weakling. The strong women of the West, they are as rare today, or rarer even, than men of the West. And you can find plenty of stories of women of the West. They never had to say they were strong. They could go from being a lady one moment to, oh, the field needs to be plowed, and roll her sleeves up and get out there and plow the field. So those were the real women of the West. They would say, oh, the business, then they say, oh, the women weren't allowed in businesses, women weren't allowed in governance. They've been in forever. Every time the husband went down or whatever it was, the woman filled the slot. Of course, check with MSNBC. They will tell you the truth. But those were actual women of the West. There plenty of them existed, plenty to look to. But Marjorie Taylor Greene, not one of them. She's not one of them. She's a coward. She's so tough that she didn't even last 24 hours with her America First caucus. That's how tough she is. But I mean, still, comparing her to the males in the Republican Party, maybe she does have a set on her. I don't know. She's certainly more manly than the males. I can tell you that. Or she certainly has more courage than the males. They are so mealy-mouthed, it is sickening. Marjorie Taylor Greene is abandoning her plan, writes Forbes, to launch a right-wing congressional group dubbed the America First Caucus, after the publication of a 7-page platform vowing to protect, quote, Anglo-Saxon political traditions, close quote, by congressional newsletter Punchbowl News. Her spokesperson told Forbes. Quote, she's not planning on launching it at this time. Please stop throwing the fire bombs. She's not planning on launching it at this time, the spokesperson said, adding that it was, quote, in the early planning stages, but the publication of the document by Punchbowl blew it all up. I mean, you can hear the fear in this. You can just imagine this team of cowardly ladies in the Republican, and only the girls can be seen because the men are hiding underneath their skirts or behind their skirt, not underneath their skirt, behind their skirts and underneath their desks. That's where the male Republicans can be found. Green spokesperson, why don't you just call him a spokesman? His name is Nick, had told Forbes earlier Saturday the platform was, quote, never approved or agreed to by Congressman Greene, with Greene calling it a, quote, staff-level draft proposal from an outside group that I hadn't read. I hadn't even read it. Who are these crazy people that were just saying that they wanted to protect Anglo-Saxon political traditions? So it wasn't even Anglo-Saxon people. This news spread like wildfire that a congresswoman was starting a caucus. It spread through the different spheres that she was starting this caucus to protect Anglo-Saxons in the United States, an Anglo-Saxon caucus. Well, that wasn't even correct. It was Anglo-Saxon political traditions And now immediately within 24 hours, she's disavowing it and running as quick as she can because of the criticism for starting an America First caucus in America. That shows you how anti-white it is. Don't let me catch you saying, well, why are we doing this to her? Why are we stopping her from having this caucus? We are not doing any of it. The anti-whites are doing it. And here's how this works. And this should be, every Republican should hear this, every conservative, and more importantly, all of those people who fund, and we're going to talk about that in just a moment, who fund these people should hear this. When you mealy mouth your way up to some sort of comment that could be interpreted by anti-whites to get in their way at all, to victimize Western kind and destroy Western civilization, they are going to restate your position in a way that makes you perfectly resemble the villain in their narrative, so that all of their miscreants will attack you with the fanaticism of demons on fire. It won't matter that you equivocated as much as you could and you were as fearful and timid as much as you could be. None of that will matter. It won't assuage the anti-whites. Moreover, with your mealy-mouthed, wimpy, this is a family show. This is a family, we're going to keep it family-oriented. With this mealy-mouthed speech, you're not going to inspire anybody to come to your cause. You're not going to galvanize the country. You're not going to do anything like that. So not only are you just engendering the anti-white hatred to come and kill you and your family, by the way, this kind of thing is the terrorism of the Republican politicians is a real thing. You can look into it for yourself. Of course, I have no way of knowing. I'm probably just fabricating right now about that being the case. But they may have their homes invaded. They may have their homes attacked. They may have their offices attacked. They may have threats constantly. They may have their surveillance cameras taken over by anti-whites who then tell them what's in their house. They may break into their homes while they're not there and steal articles of their clothing and then mail them back to them to say, I was there. That may be happening. You'll have to look into it for yourself, because the anti-whites are certainly not going to tell you if that's actually happening anywhere. So what is the use? What is the purpose of making these less than half statements when you're going to have that outcome? If you are going to have that outcome, be a hero. Say what needs to be said. I mean, I'm a Virginian, and so I got Lee and Patrick Henry and Stonewall Jackson and George Washington and on, Thomas Jefferson in my veins. And so I say what needs to be said. If I wanted an easy life, I'd be making sandwiches at Subway, and maybe you should too. If you're going to hold office, Green, here's the positive side to it. Her donors, her financiers, and the financiers of the others who were thinking about participating in this caucus want it. That should make you very excited, because the people who finance these abject losers are sick and tired of losing. Business class, wealth class white people are getting scared. They are seeing the country white erased. They are seeing it burn down around their ears. And they are saying, when they write those big checks with all those zeros after it and they hand it over to these absolute plastic, vacuous, cowardly losers, they're saying, I want something like an Anglo-Saxon Caucus. I want something like a caucus for the founding stock of the United States. They want things like that. They're getting afraid. They want answers, and we have to be there for them. They don't know we exist because of how few people we have listening now, how few on all of these different platforms. That's why we have to be the algorithm. The only way these business class people, people with money, people with connections, people with ability are going to find out about going free, something that works, is if we get loud enough for them to hear us. If we don't get loud enough, they'll never know we exist. And they'll keep going out to these Marjorie Taylor Greens, who then disavow and run so fast, and they keep voting more and more. You know that the houses of the government in the United States now are predominantly female, right? Well, the females, anti-white females, are some real blood, just, you know, fake Halloween blood, of course. Only at Halloween, over all of their mouths, and so fictitious blood. They are vicious. They are willing to get what they want, and the white or the females on the Republican side, they are ready to go home and hang out with their children and get away from the mess of American politics. Do not fund these people if you're one of these business people and you're hearing my voice. There is one thing that works. It's not going to be voting. It's not going to be violence. It's going to be changing the milieu in which the conversation has to take place. It's only going to end when we put our foot down and say, you're not allowed to be anti-white anymore. That's it. That is the only time it will end. So that is the positivity, the white pill, to take away from this joke, this America First caucus, and this focusing on Anglo-Saxon political traditions that didn't even survive a day. Based Potato writes here, well, yes, we absolutely should focus on ourselves and not demonize other groups. For now, they are different than us due to their immutable characteristics. I find it contradictory when Jason talks about how each group has their own biospirit, which then reflects on the world around them, forming different cultures, societies, environments, and so forth. A people's biospirit comes from their immutable characteristics, among some other things, of course, but biology being the first word in the term implies that it is obviously a very important aspect. Biology is an immutable characteristics. What I want to know is, what is the sweet spot for talking about the differences in ICs and different biospirits competing in the same space, and how it harms us, but at the same time still keeping the high moral ground by standing up for ourselves and not seem like I'm attacking others? Any thoughts? Well, Based Potato, the first thing is that if you could clarify a little bit if you're with us in the widget on entropy, if you could get over there, or you could tag me on YouTube. We're going to move around here pretty quickly because we're in the last 45 minutes, it looks like, and I want to get some calls. If anybody wants to call, write me over on Skype. I call you back. You know the rules about being on with me. No cussing. It's a family show. No talking about conspiracies. No ant, nat, nitwittery garbage. But we will definitely have you on. Here's the thing, Based Potato. Let me have a drink, though. What I'm hearing when I read here that talking about the different biospirits is, it sounds to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds to me like you still want to focus on other groups. We don't focus on other groups. We don't have to talk about the differences in biospirits. We say that there are differences. Everyone can see them. And that different biospirits, when two or more groups of people have numerical courage, becomes problematic because that engenders a cultural arms race. You don't want to compare. And that's what is done in the past. They talk about, well, this non-white group over here, they mature at this rate, or they, whatever it might be. You do not focus on other groups. So there's no contradiction here. People of different biospirits can live and have lived in the body of, in the countries of Western kind, the body politic of Western kind, who for whatever it is internally in them, they want to, for the totality of their lives, imitate our customs, imitate our ways, and they have the ability to do that, then want to be in that environment. And if they're contributors to our countries, then that's great. That's a wonderful thing. The problem arises when they go from being numerically diffident to having numerical courage, because that's when they begin projecting a biospirit, which is different, not better, not worse, just different. And once they begin projecting it, the aggregate of a projected biospirit is culture. You cannot have two cultures in the same place. They compete. That has always been the case. So you can see it everywhere that it exists. So it engenders that cultural arms race, becomes very problematic, and does not end well. So if I'm wrong about what you're saying, please clarify, and I will happily speak to what you're saying. But if you're trying to say, well, we shouldn't have this other group in our midst because you're talking about the other group, your focus is in the wrong place. Let's keep the focus on us. Reptile, the great Reptile, writes here, I'd like to express my tremendous gratitude for all the wonderful folks here each and every day and on every platform. I learn from you, I laugh with you, and I heal with you. The Western sunrise is already on the horizon, folks, and it's you that's lifting it into the sky. Beautifully written, dear brother. Thank you so very much for that. Bonnie Blue writes here, the great Bonnie Blue, a wonderful lady. Ridding myself of white noir has completely changed my life. I'm daily amazed at the transformation. I'm closer to God. I have serenity. I started doing ballet again after many years away from dancing, and it feels wonderful. Plus, living day-to-day life is so much easier with a rock-solid core. That is fantastic. And I see that first in line for the calls very soon is Mr. V. He has finished reading Gad Saad's book, so we will hear from him in just a moment. We have, this is from Jerome. I often see, thank you so much, Bonnie, but what a magnificent testimonial that was. Wasn't that splendid? Completely changed her life. She's closer to God. She has serenity. Started dancing ballet again. How wonderful. All because she's going free. And by going free, she is treating what we call white noir. White noir is the sickness, the physical, mental, and spiritual sickness that Westmen, men and women and children, experience as a consequence of being infected with MPs. So as she treats for MPs, her white noir diminishes. Jerome says, I often see from families, we did answer this. We were going to speak to this. We spoke to it yesterday. Watch the tap from Saturday. We speak to this. It's fantastic. We have a Rapid Dog here, not Rabid. I laughed so hard the tears ran down my leg. He's talking actually about this. Funny that this comes up again. I think I might have it here. My novelette, It's a Comedy, Damn It. You can find it on Amazon, and you can find it on NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. Get a signed copy. It's just a novelette, very skinny. Won't take long to read it at all. It's got wonderful reviews published here. And let's see. Active, potentially a magazine, maybe I shouldn't say the name, for older people, wrote, quote, I laughed so hard, I wet my Huggies. So wonderful, wonderful reviews and a very funny story. Check it out. Apparently Rapid Dog, tears ran all the way down his leg. This is from somebody by the name of Very British, wrote, thank you for all your hard work and continued support of our people. I hope in the future I'll see you speak at another patriotic event here, as I missed the last one. Massive respect from the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and all native Europeans. Well, massive respect and love back from the once great state of Virginia, which, if I have anything to do with it, will make a little bit of climb back in that direction. Maybe a lot of climb. Who knows? We'll see. Toward greatness again. And then finally, we have Transformation Generation, which is here tonight. That person writes, this was a really good, all caps, no white guilt show. Extremely good stuff. I love hearing it this way. Keep the low blows out of the dialogue. When we have someone like Jason, who is so very bright, thank you for that very kind compliment, who needs that type of banter. And if any caller takes you there, probably best to agree to disagree and end the call like a man in control. I'm certainly not the debating kind myself, but I know quite well when anger begins breaking down the dialogue. This type of show will bring them on board and keep them on board. So having no anger, not going for the low blows. I really enjoyed listening to this one. Well, thank you, Transformation Generation. And I should heed your and my own advice. For several months there, I was doing heeding neither advice, and as well as some others. I was getting very angry about these people who continue stubbornly, intractably, just sticking to endeavors that harm us, that genuinely we can refer to as anti-white. For as much as they want to believe that they're white sympathetic in some way, the outcome is anti-white, so we can refer to them as anti-white. There was one other thing I wanted to mention here about a politician up in Pennsylvania, and I just want to he and his staff, his family and his staff are, again, I was talking about earlier, are these Republicans being hunted? Are they having daily threats? Are they daily or weekly having like rocks hit them in the head that are thrown? Are they being every other month maced? Are they having anti-whites jump out from behind trash cans and beat the living hell out of women? Is that happening? Well, you need to look into it for yourself, because if CNN doesn't say it's happening, then it's not happening. And it'll be a conspiracy theory if CNN says that it's not happening, or they have failed to say that it is happening. So you'll have to look into it for yourself. But this is this really will tell you a lot what this politician said here. He's quoted saying, quote, "I know that the left and all the," oh wait, no, that's not it. For, quote, "for many Americans, what seems to be happening, or what they believe right now is happening." So you see what seems to be happening. This is an equivocation born out of fear. Why is he afraid? Well, he's afraid because of, are these things happening? Do the anti-whites, do they victimize in government as well? Well, look into it for yourself. You can see names splattered across headlines. So you see the first equivocation born of fear. For many Americans, what seems to be happening, or what they believe right now is happening. Another equivocation, number two, born out of fear, is what appears to them. Third equivocation, born out of fear, is we are replacing national-born American, native-born Americans. There's the we are thing, that we are doing it. You never say that we are doing it, because you can't think straight if you're saying that we are responsible for these things happening. It's the anti-whites who are doing it. Native-born Americans, to permanently transform the landscape of this very nation. And you see native-born Americans. So that's another fear if the anti-whites are right about him. Who knows if they're right about him? But if they are right about him, then what he's talking about is white people. And by referring to them as native-born Americans, that would be fear equivocation, again, to say, oh, no, I definitely don't want to stand up for white people. No. It's all about everybody. White people, can they also not be victimized? Folks, you are seeing abject fear. That should tell you everything you need to know about voting and politics. Also about how stupid it is to violently go after this system. They will destroy you. You want to pop your head up and start talking about violence, you're going to have the terrorism task force from the FBI give you an exam, a bodily exam that you will never forget. They will go through everything. You will lose everything. This going free is the only path. And not only is it the only path, but it's the path that works. That's why it's the path that we are choosing. So don't end up like this. Don't end up, these poor people are suffering genuine, or they might be, who knows, threats to their lives for statements like that. So I encourage those who are in office, if you're not going to swing for the fence, if you're not going to say it like it is, then don't subject your staff and your family to the terror of anti-whites with sorry statements like that. Let me take a quick look, and we're going to go right to calls. We just passed the 30-minute mark. We have Row House financially gifting $10. Thank you so much, dear brother. Jason, how do you define patriotism in our modern age? Should we still have it when anti-whites control the USA? At the top, what is your view of the current America and how we should view it at the moment? We should support what supports us back, question mark. Well, Row House, when we talk about patriotism, and great question, thank you for that. When we talk about patriotism, we're talking about what the vagues lost their innocence on Patriot Day about. And that was that America that they believed still existed and yet didn't exist, hasn't existed for the totality of their lives or their parents' or grandparents' lives. It's been gone a long time. But that is still a place in their hearts. It is still a place in the soul of the West. We make it again and anew every moment that we live and project that biospirit. That's the patriotism of today. So you are patriotic, we say here. You are, number one, you're a Westman, man, woman, or child. Number two, you are a patriot of your country. To what it means for you and your heart and those who are true to that image, that place that once existed, that government that once existed, that people that once existed. And to all of those who, believing, even though it's not the case, that that place still exists, gave their lives, gave their fortune, gave their sanity, gave their limbs, whatever it might be. So we honor all of those. That's what it means to be a patriot today. And we practice going free, thereby serving white well-being. That is one of the biggest differences between us and everybody else. So if you're saying, on the other hand, like a noun, a patriot, or then you're typically talking then about somebody who is a bit benighted, maybe no fault of their own, but the truth has been kept from them, and they've just been watching Fox News or whatever the conservative news is in their country. Those people, pardon me, those are the ones we can get to. They're vagues, and very many of them we can really get to. And we should get to them. So that's patriotism. Loyalty is something we talk about often. And we cannot say, because I will absolutely be charged with sedition and disappeared, you'll never see me again, or maybe so, maybe not. But I'm sure CNN would tell you all. But when our people rescind, and this is what you're talking about, Row House, they rescind their allegiance and loyalty from the government, and they do it in their hearts, because that's the only place that you can do it without going to jail, being executed, disappearing, or whatever it might be. When they rescind their loyalty from the mega churches and if it's the case, the Pope or whatever, the highest authorities in whatever institutions, their alma mater, when they rescind that authority and allegiance in their heart because it has betrayed them, and they then invest it in white well-being, then that's when we have the real revolution of thought and real change in the world. And that's what we engender in going free. So our loyalty is, you say, well, loyalty to America. America is not a place, or loyalty to England, or loyalty. That's not a place on a map. That's today. That's just an economic zone for anti-white oligarchs. America's right here. Canada's right here. Australia's right here. That's where we keep the loyalty. That's where we have the patriotism. Thank you very much for that question. $10 Row House. And he comes back again with another $10 and asks here, Jason, George W. Bush appeared in the media again, hated by the media before, now loved for saying we need more mass immigration and amnesty. You worked when Bush was in. Was he the most disappointing president in modern history? Bush was terrible for white people and great for anti-whites. He was indeed terrible for Western kind and great for anti-whites, and so were all of them. Maybe Trump was less. He was horrible for Western kind, but he was bad for Western kind. It's hard to say who is. I mean, Reagan was horrible for all the love that people have for Reagan. They forget all the things that he actually did that were violently, vehemently, viscerally. You like how I did that? Anti-white. So we're running out of time. But all of these people, and you can see now, they're just a joke. The office is a joke. Democracy in the modern era is controlled by those who control the means of communication, because they tell you everything about the world that happens beyond your immediate circles. And all of those entities are in the hands of a few anti-whites all the way around the world. It's anti-whites everywhere. It doesn't matter whether they're white or non-white, they're anti-white. So it's a joke. They control the office, and they can get rid of people. They can bring people. They can tell people that a politician is great, or a politician has done something horrible to children, or whatever it is, and then they're gone. So yeah, he was dreadful, and they were dreadful before, and they've been dreadful since. Voting and violence, not the way. Going free is it. K-Max McDowell, thank you for 2 great questions there, Rojas. K-Max with $3 says, Jason ordered soap from Mighty White Soap Company and very much enjoyed the product. It was very nice to help a small product that supports our people. Not an anti-white company. Amen to that. And thank you for doing that. I don't know those people. I don't make anything off of them. I get no royalties. There's no kickback. We are creating a community that has all the facets of community, including economy. And as long as a company is not going anti-white or acting like, and therefore either anti-white as we know them most often, or anti-white by playing one of the villain roles or something like that, we will share the names of those companies, and we will encourage people to do things like buy their soap from them instead. So I am deeply grateful for you doing that, dear brother. Let me swivel around here. We're going to be taking a call in just a moment. Let me clear some of these. Oh, I don't know if I can do that. There's too much to do there. So let's see. Looks like we have, is Mr. Bloom here? Because I know he potentially wanted to call in. We definitely have Mr. V. So, and it looks like we are. Looks like we're blank. I see Ian is with us. Great to know. We have over here the great Brad C. has financially gifted $20. Thank you so much, brother. Great, as always, to see you. $20 financial gift. He says, for the recapture of our destiny. Amen to that. Beautiful, brother. Beautiful. Thank you so much for being here week after week. What a great champion. As is the great Grayman the Gray. And he financially gifts $5. And he says, D Live would like you to open the chest. LOL. Okay. Let's do that right now so we don't miss anybody who has been giving all of these points. And whoa, somebody gave, let's see, the great 4 null, ladies and gentlemen, the great 4 null or gifted Lamborghini points over there on D Live. Thank you so much, good brother. And he says, go free or go to hell. You can hear that in his voice, can't you? I can't do it half as good, but I know it would sound great coming out of his mouth. Thank you so much. That's fantastic. I think that was the last above diamond. So diamond are up. I got to go over to the chest. I click the chest, distribute rewards, and here they come. Who will win? The countdown begins. Thank you both, Raymond and Brad, for those financial gifts. We're going to place a call to Mr. V in just a moment. he's up first. Maybe he'll be the only caller tonight. He's going to tell us about he's finished with Gad Saad's book. So we might only hear the beginning or a half of his review of it so far, and then maybe next week catch the second half. If we can't get it all, we want to make sure that we get it all in. We have Lars saying, terminology question, anti-white is super effective. How do you feel about the word foeman instead of leftist anti? No, just use anti-white. And the reason why is I see what you're trying to do there, Lars. But here's the thing: anti-white unites us as a group being victimized, and therefore victimized as individuals. That is something we need to learn because we're too individualistic. So it's serving both directions. It's super powerful. It's why they ripped it out of the dictionaries, and I had to think for years that I created it. Roy Danton says, thank you so much for addressing this white boy summer garbage. When I first saw the meme, I immediately thought something was wrong about it, but couldn't quite articulate it. Well, now you know. Somebody out there maybe Mestizo could do it because he creates great memes. Make a white or how could it for? I mean, you come up with it. A Westman summer, a man of the West summer, or something, and then have glorious things rather than these pathetic things. That's either pathetic or scare, and certainly using the word boy. How sad. Based Red Pill says, good, no white guilt is something. Hello, Jason. Thank you, sir. Azimuth Clark. Thank you, good brother. And we're getting ready to place that call. And just checking back really quickly as I walk through these heroes. Fraulein Dresden says, Zach Hayes is wanting to speak to you about his experience. He's trying to get your attention. Well, has he experience with what? Oh, okay. He just jumped in. Might have to. We're down to the last 15 minutes, brother. So you might have to wait until next week, and then we will hear all about what your experience is. And thank you very much, Fraulein Dresden, for letting me know about Zach reaching out. And we always like having Zach call in. Naderific says, were you or are you in the military? I was in the military. Fraulein said, oh, I see. Oh, okay. So he wasn't tagging me, and that's why I wasn't seeing it. Thank you very much, Fraulein Dresden. All right. So we're going to have to hear, have to hear from Zach next week because this is, Mr. V is going to be telling us about Gad Saad's book and how much it is an imitation of what I've done, or he was saying he was already leaning that direction. Maybe he's come away from that. Maybe he thinks something very different. We'll see what he has to say in the closing minutes, but definitely, Zach, you will be first on the call list next week. Interesting experience he wants to share. Fantastic, brother. You are first on the list next week. We will absolutely get to you. Let me just, Mr. V, get ready. I'm going to take a quick look back over here. And we have Squirrels. Oh, you know what we do? Gosh. We have Squirrels financially gifted $5 Canadian bacon dollars. Thank you so very much. I was at the event where Peterson and Gad Saad, and this is a Gad Saad issue, disavowed Faith Goldie. Ah, okay. Up here in Toronto in November 2017. I was actually standing next to the guy who filmed the famous clip. Red-pilled me on Gad on the spot. And it continued from there, and now I'm here. Well, God bless you, Squirrels. Thank you for being here. So there you had somebody who was trapped at a gatekeeper. Well, obviously Peterson is, and it's seeming more and more like Gad Saad might be. And they claim all the time to be for free speech, and then they censored this Faith Goldie from being able to speak there because her speech is not the speech they're going to allow to be free, which is despicable. So thank you so very much for sharing that story, that you were actually there. I saw the video, and it was a shock. We almost forgot the mailbag. And so we have here, very quickly going through, I don't want to miss anybody, but we have this wonderful and very touching letter that I am just going to read just a segment from, because it is very personal. But this is from somebody by the name of John. And thank you, John, so much for sharing your heart with me, everything. I mean, this was just, he starts off by writing, and this will tell you, folks, what the rest of this letter is like. I am crying as I write this. He then asks a little bit later, is it okay to say, do the white thing, or this, or the white thing to do? It's the white thing to do. I've been using it in real life, he says. Yeah. And he also says, Kip, keep it Promethean. God bless you for saying that, brother. Kip, indeed. And yeah, it's okay if you want to say it's the white thing to do. It's a little bit of fun. And when you want to use as the in the place of like be at work on time, it's the white thing to do. I mean, that's what we do. So be who we claim to be, who we always have been as a people. We're running out of time so quickly, and I apologize. We have a mail from the magnificent Elaine Sabatino that we're going to get to next week. And also, Heidi, we will get to both of your pieces of mail next week. We have a bunch of great questions in the question widget, but we're going to jump on over to the call because we're already running out of time. And we have 10 and a half minutes to give Mr. V, and here it comes. Hello, good brother.
Well, thank you for taking the call.
Yes.
I'll very quickly mention to the point about Faith Goldie, because I read the book, but I thought that's not enough, so I wanted to go over a couple of interviews. I timestamped them, and it's very much him kind of going over what he goes over in the book. But he did call Faith Goldie supporters by the anti-white slur neo-Nazi.
Wow. Yeah, there's your free speech guy.
Oh, yeah. And in a conversation with Michael Shermer, of course, they give themselves an out on free speech. In the book, he does it as well. This idea of some things you just can't tolerate, etc. And throughout the book, I mean,
okay.
Yeah, they always do that. They always do that, this idea of, but throughout the book, I'm going to call this dance around the anti-white elephant, because everything is done to not use the word anti-white or anti-whiteism. So I'll give you an example of the terminology used in the book. Victimology, victimology narrative, victimology poker, homeostasis of victimology, oppression Olympics, progressivism, social justice warriors, social constructivists, faux outrage, political correctness, and even a term that he came up with called ostrich parasitical syndrome and ostrich parasitical syndrome sufferers.
My God. What an absolutely asinine set of constructs that is. Obviously, you're doing everything they could to just stay. They want to redirect the entire white population away from the fact that this is obviously an attack on white people and Western civilization. That's what it sounds like you're saying.
Yeah, precisely. This is why, I mean, it seems to me to be misdirection, and in the word misdirection is implied intent. But I want people to decide for themselves, which is why I have all the notes, timestamps for videos, and highlights for the books and the pages. I wanted to ask you how I should structure this, because I want to have a good set of notes that we can distribute, because I want people to be doing videos about this and talking about it. Because, yeah, this is an example of what they're coming out with. This is more abstractionism. Yeah. Actually, I was going to go to, must have been like 2 nights ago, I was going to go to bed. And I was like, all right, there's something I'm missing here, something to describe what this is. Oh, yeah. And then I came back to my room and I wrote down abstractionist.
Yes.
Because that's what it is. I mean, of course, and the focus is always shifted toward him and his people. After he gives examples of things that are anti-white, things that could only be explicitly described as anti-white, but are always termed with other terms, he inevitably moves that almost always, if not always, to his people. So the book doesn't have any reference to anti-white or anti-whiteism, but becomes about anti, and then that other thing that ends with ism.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and of course the
Puppyism.
separation, puppyism. Yeah, the separation of Western values and Western ethos from Western kind.
Oh my God! Yes. Keep going.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, it's always there. Leaving out the intentional harm, the lying, the malice that we know is inherent to anti-whiteism, all of that is kind of pushed away with talk about, French postmodernism and ostrich parasitical syndrome and, self-delusion and things of this nature. And yeah,
Wow.
Of course, the focus is on liberal versus non-liberal societies, right? So the problem with, for example, immigration, he states, let me find it. Yeah, it follows that when it comes to immigration, people who share foundational values are more likely to get along than those who don't. So this is after he's talking about homophily, or something akin to genetic similarity theory, which is the understanding that peoples who share genetic similarity are more likely to get along. But he shifts that onto values. So when he critiques immigration, he's not critiquing immigration for the white erasure. He's critiquing it because it doesn't match with the West's liberal, secular values, etc.
Of course. So
Yeah, and
please
go ahead, brother.
No, please continue.
Oh, and multicultural societies are not challenged. They are simply not challenged. The problem is when someone's values that are coming in challenge those kind of multicultural open societies that we have in the West, right? So this is all back to back down that road of abstractionism, civic quote unquote nationalism, and etc. But please go ahead, brother.
Well, I mean, absolutely. What it sounds like you're telling me here is that it's pure abstractionist nonsense, and it removes the creator of the abstractions from the equation, as though the abstractions fell out of the sky. The culture fairy just dumped Western civilization on white people everywhere they were, and Arab civilization on Arab people everywhere. There was just a big coincidence that so the people creating the culture or maintaining it are irrelevant. It sounds like in Gad's book, what really matters is just these ideas, and then this pretentious, as I think Brand Danger said, absolutely, language, this baffle-gabbing language to confuse and make the reader think that it's overly complicated, and it takes a very big-brained person, like Gad said, to arrive at these conclusions, and then you just need to obey, and whatever you do, don't look at the white race. Don't look at Western kind. Don't worry about Western kind. Western kind's not under threat. Is that what am I hearing that accurately?
Well, it's very much by way of not mentioning Western kind. So even the word anti-white, not only is anti-white not mentioned, and I've only heard him say anti-whiteism once, and that was in a video. And in that video, it was titled "The Perils of Whiteness," and he had a picture of Martin Luther King on the thumbnail, which of course he has a quote of in the book. He calls Al Sharpton an African-American activist instead of an anti-white. He's got other, heroes in the anti-white narrative, shall we say, in his book. So yeah, it's very much by way of not mentioning Western kind. It's by way of shifting the blame over to Islam, and of course combining that with his people, radical feminism, but not feminism, social constructivism, progressives, all of this kind of stuff, and of course the universities. And he describes these, as he says, idea pathogens as coming out of the universities and then making their way onto other onto other areas. But the thing that unites all of these is never mentioned, even though it's explicit. Something that is explicitly anti-white, he will mention whites as being attacked, but it'll never be mentioned that it's explicitly anti-white. In fact, just a couple of sentences later, he'll mention him and his people. And of course, I've never seen someone, I'm not going to say because I know it's a family-friendly show, but if you have a fan and you were kind of narcissist, what would we have kind of like a term for that when someone is kind of like fanning themselves.
Oh, yeah.
Right? That is all throughout the book. I mean, the one thing that I know about this man is that he's a Lebanese Jew. I definitely know that. He doesn't let you forget it. It's mentioned all the time. I got it. Everything is related back to him, his people, and his experiences during the Lebanese Civil War. And how it relates to his people, but not how it relates to the West. And no solution is provided. I mean, you go throughout the whole book and you're like, all right, where's the solution? How am I going to combat these idea pathogens? And really, at the end of the day, no solutions are given. He tells you to tap into your inner honey badger, which is as a symbol, for being ferocious in the face of these social justice warriors and progressive lunacy. But no true solution is given.
Tap into your inner honey badger. Yes, so he disassociates Western civilization, Western culture from Western kind. And by way of never mentioning, and this is one of the things I used to say for a long time about what indicts anti-whites more than anything else, especially anti-whites who control news, entertainment, media, anti-white oligarchs, is that everybody has the ability to see what's actually taking place in the world. Nobody's fooled by that. The fact that these people don't raise a finger to stop what's happening to Western kind indicts them as responsible for what's happening to Western kind. Couldn't happen without them doing nothing. So he is specifically severing Western civilization as though it is something that just came out of nowhere, doesn't need white people to perpetuate or create it, and just something that anybody can agree with and maintain, and then ignores, doesn't say anything about the specific attacks on us and our civilization, and reorienting the conversation with all of this pretentious, nonsensical baffle-gabbing to feign great intelligence, reorients to his own people and their suffering, and then tells you to, and then blames, I guess, the liberal ideas and the religion of Islam, and then tells you that the fix is to tap into your inner honey badger. Your inner honey badger. That sounds like something you would need to have removed. If a physician told you, yes, you are afflicted with honey badger. What are we going to do, doctor? So, wow, we're out of time now. Can you call back next week and we can talk about this some more, brother? We deeply appreciate. Before we let you go, first, can we have you back on the phone again next week?
Oh, absolutely, brother.
All right.
And I would like to know how you would like for me to structure the notes and in what medium you would prefer for me to do so I can do that as I'm already doing over the course of the week. Beautiful.
We'll do that. We'll have you back next week. We'll talk about that. And just final word to let you go on. What do you think the likelihood is in your mind that he was aware of going free when writing this book?
Given all of the dancing around the elephant in the room, the talk of being a parasitologist of the mind, the setting up with academia, etc. If he was not aware of it, I would say it's very likely that someone else was, because it very much seems to be Yeah, if I wanted to give someone something that would cause them to think that going free came after, and that would further give them, because none of the MPs are refuted, right? Someone who's going to, the reason why I can separate the good from the bad and take away things that I can use for our benefit is because I read Go Free when it first came out. Someone who's going to read this first and then read Go Free, they're going to have even more MPs to deal with. So if he was not aware of it, someone was, because they've been trying to set this up as, he is the guy to go to for this, right? That he wants to think he's the expert. And in the video, The Perils of Whiteness, there was an anti-white article in The Root, and he's reading the article, and in the article they talk about, white supremacy being a virus. And then he says, well, being the expert in this, I would know all about it. So I think they're going to set it up to further push the idea of, these anti-white precepts and slurs being, mind viruses, idea pathogens, et cetera, et cetera. They want to try and turn it against us. So if you didn't know about it, someone else did. I mean, it just seems too convenient. But I want people to decide for themselves, so I want to present the evidence as objectively as possible. For
Fantastic.
me, I do think it is misdirection.
Well, on that note, brother, we'll have you back next week. Thank you so very much for calling, and thank you for reading through that work, and we'll talk about how to structure it next week.
Yeah, thanks so much, brother, and thank you all, brothers and sisters, and Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails. That was Mr. V, ladies and gentlemen, a great champion, and we cannot thank him enough for doing that, getting through that book as swiftly as he did, and sharing with us his findings. He's going to share it in a way that can make it available for everyone. I don't know, maybe we'll end up putting it up on my website somewhere so that people can make the decision for themselves. But to set himself up as the official, the professional, the guy to go to when it comes to poisonous ideas in the mind, that is it's very troubling, especially since what you see from Mr. V here, him saying that he has done everything he could, as we have always seen with these gatekeepers, the intentional misdirection. They do everything they can in that intentional misdirection to take you all the way almost there, and then at the last moment take you off some other direction. And in this case, it sounds like maybe the misdirection will be, as is typical, more abstractionism, and then more concern for some other group of mankind and how they've had it so very hard. But you are having it hard today, and your family members are having it hard today. That's why we are having so much success. Let's see. Looks like he had one other note to add there. I think we'll have to cover that tomorrow because it leapt off the screen before I had a chance to read it. So on that magnificent teaser from Mr. V, something else to share that was very important. You'll be able to hear it next week on Going Free with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a spectacular week going free. Let's go free as hard, so hard, as the great Eminent Rain says. Let's get it to as many people as we can, as quick as we can, while we can. I'm sure everybody has heard about Canada and now the police being allowed to ask people, why aren't you home? And then to be able to charge them if they resist. Whether that's true or not, you ask MSNBC. We've got to work as quickly as we can because this will set people free. We cannot allow any sort of misdirection and concern with some other race of mankind again, yet again, for the millionth time, to send us down into history's graveyard, never to be seen from again, because there'll be no climbing out of it at that point. You and I and the rest of us, Mr. V and all, we're going to prevent that from happening because, ladies and gentlemen, we're going free.